Good evening, everyone. Thank you very much
All
for
right.
joining us. Happy New Week.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you very much for joining us. Happy New Week. It's Monday, and it's a lovely evening right here. I hope you're having a great one as well. Ọ̀sẹ̀ ayọ̀ ló máa jẹ́ fún alágbára Ọlọ́run. Ọ̀sẹ̀ ayọ̀, ọ̀sẹ̀ ìbùkún, ọ̀sẹ̀ ìgbéga. Thank you very much for joining us today. And thank you, Shion Moedun. Thank you so much for the likes. Thank you and thanks everyone also for joining in. On 1.7k likes right now on TikTok. Please just get the numbers up. Kindly power tap and also share the live across different platforms. If you're here on TikTok, please click on the heart icon above my head and join the team. If you're not a member, please join the team and become a member. If you're already a member, please just drop a heart to me. Give me a second, please.
Where are you coming from?
Went downstairs.
To do what?
My mom said
Hold up, hold up. Don't disturb me there. All right.
Okay, we're good. We're good. So if you're joining us on YouTube, thank you very much for being here, and on Facebook as well. Please like and share. If you're on Twitter, please like and repost. Thank you very, very much. Joining us, please like the live. Let's try and push the live to the FYP. Again, if you're on TikTok, please click on the heart icon up of my head here and drop a heart to me, drop a gift. Let's try and push the live together. Okay, it's better this way. We're good. Just going to check to be sure we're good on all platforms. All right. Really appreciate it. Thank you very much. Today we're discussing matters arising. We might get to where we left off last time, right? Discussing what happened, when Christians began to push back. But that'll be much later. We might get there. We just might be responding to a particular video that I saw and I thought we should talk about. So Vitababadi, we'll move on from there. Okay, we're good on YouTube. All right, welcome everybody. Good to have everybody join us. Welcome Lola. Thank you very much for liking the live. If you're on TikTok, please don't stop our tapping. We need the likes to keep the live alive, literally, because that's how YouTube works. All right. So again, thank you very much for being here. We're going to start with the news like we always do. We'll start with the news. If you'd like to respond to any of the news items, feel free to come up at a particular point in time. I'm going to let you know when. And then once we're done with that, we will then discuss the matter that arose, or one of the matters, and then we'll go from there to perhaps today's conversation about the series we started, Evolution of Christianity in Yoruba Land. But that will be okay.
So let's start with the particular news that's been.
So let's start with, there's a particular news that's been gaining ground all day. I don't know if you've heard about. I'm sure you must have heard about it, but maybe not everything, because you have bits and pieces in different places. That's the one that's to do with Dangote. We're going to get to that shortly. But let me say this, that the president of Ghana is now the Are Atayeto Odua of Yoruba land. That's President Dramani Mahama. He was installed today by the Oni of Ife, Oba Enitan Ogunwusi. So now, it was in Ife, I think it's still in Ife by the way, but they had the installation earlier today. By the way, the king of Ofa was also present, and why that is quite interesting is that President Mahama's connection to Ofa is actually that his stepmother, who raised him, was from Ofa. All right, and
King of Ofa was also present, at the installation of the president of Ghana as the Are Atayeto Odua of Yoruba land. All right, we're going to come back to that if we have to, but I think we should just get into Dangote's, shall I call it drama, with the oil and gas industry, I should say, because it's more about the industry. But one name kept popping up, and the name is Farouk Ahmed. Who is he? What is his connection with Dangote? That's all. We're going to get into all of those things later today. So let's start with a part of this. Okay, let's start with Dangote's claim about what that gentleman has been up to, and then move from there. We're going to be on Dangote for a bit, by the way. I'm just trying to a number of videos, so we have to there's one I need to play first. I'll find it in a second, and I found it. All right, so this is the president of Dangote Group, Alhaji Aliko Dangote, and he made a claim, or should I call it an allegation, that a civil servant, Malan Farouk Ahmed, sent his children to Switzerland for high school, for their secondary education, and that they had spent $5 million on their secondary education alone. And people began to ask questions, or this has led to questions, right? Like, is this one, is it true? And then, of course, if it is true, how did the civil servants, come about that kind of money? So I'm going to start with that. So let's start with Dangote himself. By the way, there are a number of clips. We're going to be listening to a number of them. But let's start with this one where Aliko Dangote was talking about the chief executive of Nigerian Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority. That's NMDPRA, Farouk Ahmed. Take a listen, please.
Economy, and I think it is something that when you look at it, I've had actually people making complaint about a regulator who has actually put his children in secondary school, and that secondary school education, which is 6 years, 4 of them cost Nigeria $5 million. I mean, you cannot imagine somebody paying $5 million for educating 5 children. Even my own children, they didn't go to those schools. My children went to Nigerian secondary school. They didn't go outside Nigeria to attend to secondary school. I don't know about your children, Tony, but mine, yes. So, and this is a system that, some of us, because what, we're taxpayers. When people are complaining, we also complain, because the issue is that, yes, when I pay tax, I want to see that my money is being put to use, not to be stolen. But today, as we speak, the Yes, I don't know what is the, that is the authority chief executive, Malam Farouk. Malam Farouk has 4 of his children that he educated in Switzerland at the cost of $5 million for their secondary school education alone, not university. And I know that one of them just finished Harvard. So I want to now see what kind of system are we operating that, people are now busy destroying a country, taking money from the government. Because when you look at his income does not match paying this kind of fees. I think even if it's me paying $5 million for 6 years for my 4 children, the taxman has to look at my taxes, how much I paid. And really, this sort of thing, we're not going to allow it to continue. We'll take it up to the highest authority so that they will look at it. People who have done something wrong must be prosecuted. It must be prosecuted, because there is actually no way where somebody will now come. I mean, today, from where he comes from, Sokoto, people are struggling to pay 100,000 naira for school fees of secondary school. And a lot of children are at home, not going to school because of 100,000 naira. Tony, can you pay this fee?
Why,
No, I'm asking now whether can you?
I can't.
Okay, so if you cannot afford, I cannot understand why somebody who has worked all his life in government and he has 4 children that he has paid $5 million. I've seen that people have taken this post and nobody is listening to them. So we will actually join them to make sure that this is done properly. The man must come and explain to Nigerians how he paid $5 million for 6 years of his 4 children's education. And I don't think if any one of you has actually paid that kind of fees for your own, children. So we can't allow this to continue because we must make sure that people don't come and destroy a country just because they want to make a living that is not genuine or that is not, legal. Because, I mean, for somebody to have this sort of money, it must be supported by people. He should come out and tell people how did he make $5 million to educate his children in Switzerland with a cost of $5 million. And, when these questions are answered, before we go to the, to the court, he should come out and reply. This is what we have seen, and I think we must make sure that this system, this, what do you call it, this downstream must not be destroyed by one single person because of personal interest.
Wow. Wow, that's a weighty allegation. So you would expect that, of course, that Alhaji Dangote would know what he's talking about before putting that kind of thing out there. And a lot of people have been saying all kinds of things. And one is actually a report on, let me find it, it's in Vanguard, where people say that particular statement, excuse me, where people say that particular statement is actually, was an allegation that was put out. Big Inca, dear, we'll get there. We'll get there. Thank you very much. We'll get there. Oh boy, that stuff you said, you typed out. Actually, you've been typing it for a while. I didn't respond. Now that I've responded, I have to now find my chain of thought. All right, the point I'm trying to make is a lot of people have come out to say that that particular statement that Dangote made was actually an allegation that somebody had raised against Farouk Ahmed a while back, and that the person retracted that particular allegation. I'm going to read from the Vanguard. CSOs retract allegations against NMDPRA boss, apologize. The Coalition of Civil Society Organizations, CSOs, has officially withdrawn its petitions against Engineer Farouk Ahmed, Chief Executive Officer of the Nigerian Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority, NMDPRA, and issued an unreserved apology over what it called misleading allegations of financial misconduct. The apology was made during a press conference held in Abuja on Wednesday. By the way, this particular news is from July 24th. Speaking on behalf of the coalition, Olawale Mudashiru, Director of Lawyers in Defense of Good Governance, and Alhaji Abdullahi Farouk, National Coordinator of Northern Interest Project, told journalists that further investigation had shown the claims were false. They confirmed that Engineer Ahmed's children had completed their education before his appointment as NMDPRA CEO and were on scholarships. The four of them, interesting, it was very brilliant. Contrary to earlier accusations that they used public funds to sponsor their studies abroad. Our initial allegations were based on misinformation. We have since discovered that Engineer Farouk Ahmed's children were on scholarships and had completed their education before his appointment. We deeply regret any pain caused to his family and hereby offer our full apology, Mudashiru stated. The CSOs had previously accused Engineer Ahmed of spending around $5 million in public funds to sponsor his children's education in expensive foreign institutions. The allegations led to public outcry with calls for his removal and prosecution. That was earlier in July. And so, if people said this in July and they now, came out to retract their statement, could it be that Dangote is actually wrong for saying this thing? But interestingly, rather than Dangote to say, maybe I'm wrong, there's something else that he said on this particular matter, and I think he's actually sure what he's talking about. Take a listen again to Alhaji Aliko Dangote.
Some kind of unquote sabotage. Yes, I mean, if now you have a bakery and I have your template, I know that your cost is 1,000 naira, and I'm coming to sell that bread in front of your bakery at 800. What is that? Is that, are you paying for me or you are sabotaging? So that is sabotage. And the issue is that, all what I'm just saying, the key message is that I think we are allowing Farouk to destroy the economy of Nigeria. And I think we should not allow him to continue sabotaging and destroying the economy of Nigeria. Now, what I keep saying that, look, we have a refinery. Even if Farouk will be there for the next 100 years, we cannot close this refinery. Even at the loss, we have to continue to run the refinery. It's too big, loud. I mean, have you ever seen an airline that's losing money that will go and just shut down? They won't shut down now. They will continue struggling, praying for a better day to come. That better day will come. Okay? So, what's the key message? The key message, I think, Farouk should not be allowed to continue to destroy the economy of Nigeria. That's number one. Number 1, B, C, D, E, F. It is that he has to be charged to either CCB, no CCB, I think. No, Code of Conduct Bureau, because they have his returns. He must have filed and register what he had, and so he needs to tell, because he's been working for government all his life. So he should tell, I know what it is. I told you earlier, I will not be able to afford sending 4 of my children to a secondary school, not university, to a secondary school to Switzerland at $5 million for the 6 years of 4 kids that he has. Okay, if you deny, as a matter of fact, if you deny, because after I know that it will be the major headline tomorrow, So when he denies it, I will publish with my name, saying that these are the schools that they attended and co. As a matter of fact, I will sue those schools to publish how much of fees he has paid for all the time that they were there, including now the other information which you don't have, he should give us the universities they went to and spent 4 years, how much he has paid. I know that one of them just finished Harvard, and tuition alone he paid $150,000. That is the main story tomorrow. Okay? Thank you.
Just wow. Wow, I think this is going to be a long ride because it doesn't look like the president of Dangote Foundation or Dangote Group is actually stopping anytime soon. Someone on YouTube says Tinubu government don't cause wahala. That's Ayomi Kwaoshe. Tinubu government don't cause wahala. Dangote is very vocal under his government. Well, if it works, if it's something that actually helps the people at the end of the day, I think it will be worth it. We're going to go to other things, but again, we're going to be on Dangote for a bit. So from what we just listened to, it looks like he knows exactly what he's saying, and what he's saying is the fact that this man has spent $5 million to raise children in secondary schools, or in a secondary school abroad. 4 of his kids, one is in Harvard, and he thinks tuition probably around $150,000. How did he get that kind of money? We'll see how that goes. But let's listen to Dangote on some of the things that, there are more things that he revealed in that conversation. Here he talks about Mele Kyari, and he says, I need you to go to Mele Kyari and ask him how many sabotage the PH refinery repairs went through. Take a listen to him, and we're going to listen to a number of things just to be able to understand what's going on in the oil sector. Take a listen, please.
Had more than 100 sabotages at the refinery. You can ask him, he will tell you. So our own, yes, when they even sabotage you, they go and remove. We have a boiler, boiler? 400 tons is the largest boiler ever built in the world. It was under operation. Somebody went there and removed his spare parts out. If I tell you the sabotages that we went through, including some of the machine manufacturers who are in verge of going to court, so I cannot tell you what. But if I now go and tell you, you will now know what I'm saying. And that's why I told you that drugs mafia, they're actually smaller than the people who are in oil and gas. Because in the drug, most of people who are in the drugs, yourselves. But in the oil sector, they have robbed so many people in. So about whether, somebody will, you should ask now, how come now, for example, all the pipelines that we built, right from the military base to date, none of them. The one that we have, which is from where I am from, Kano, that depot, we are not using trucks. The depots were only going to the trucks to load. Everything was piped up to there. 22 depots were built. They are all piped. All the 22 depots, actually even the sediments, they don't have it anymore. They have destroyed the pipes, all of them. So if it's not sabotage, is that earthquake? It's not earthquake now, because it's sabotage. Sabotage is sabotage. So that is what it is. We knew. In this refinery, we have lost maybe $82 million, right, dollars of stolen items. Yes, $82 million of stolen items. And what they were actually trying to do is to make sure that we go and put massive claim on insurance. So when we put massive claim on insurance, there's no free lunch. So continuously our insurance premium will just keep going up. So I mean, yes, there is sabotage, there is. And I'm sure you should go and ask all the people who have even built the modular refineries, and I challenge any one of them to say that nothing was stolen. And people will come here with long distance, they will cut cables and put it, rope it on their body to try and see how they can take it out. And when you ask them, okay, fine, what are you doing with it? It's just sabotage. That's why we have more security people in this refinery than actual workers of the refinery.
Guys, to be honest, I think Nigerians are the problem of Nigeria. And if you own a business, or if you've maybe, even if you don't own a business, if you've managed a business or a company in Nigeria, you know exactly what he's saying. You know exactly what he's saying. Even something as simple as poultry. You see people carrying eggs. I saw a video once. This is not a joke. The lady had almost 2 crates of eggs on her body. Everything tucked into different parts of our body, into different parts of the undergarments and bra and pant. Nigerians can be crazy. We don't like to hear these things. I hear people complain about how are they bringing Indians? Why are they always bringing out? Because they may not pray like you do, but they're probably more trustworthy. Ghanaians have the same problem. I saw a Ghanaian employer saying the same thing about why Indians are taking over some of the jobs. We need to really ask ourselves these questions. With all the churches and mosques we have in the country and those who are doing traditional worship, how come we are so corrupt to the point where you are cutting cables in the company where you are working? You are joining all these organizations. Don't join another union. Join union. How can you steal $82 million worth of different things in a refinery that's supposed to be the answer to the questions or to the problems of Nigerians? Small thing now, everybody's shouting, oh, the president, oh, the federal government. We are our own problem. There's no way you're going to be sabotaging a company like this, and then you have the guts and the effrontery to point fingers at the president or at the government and say, see what they are doing. And I'm using the word we. I'm not saying I steal, but I'm just saying that from the perspective of, instead of just, I don't want to point fingers. That's the point I'm trying to make. That's the reason I'm using the word we. We are our own problem. The problem is not. $2 million.
So on the one hand, you're having to deal with people who are stealing stuff.
On the one hand, you're having to deal with people who are stealing stuff. On the other hand, you're also having to deal with government agencies that would rather import products that can be sourced locally for whatever reason. I don't want to mention the reason. We're going to listen to Dangote say it himself. Maybe they're getting something from it or whatever, and you want Nigeria to progress. And if things are not working, it's somebody else but the person. And when he speaks like this, you still have Nigerians speaking against him. Like, what kind of human beings are we? Someone says, even if you pay them, this is Ades on TikTok, even if you pay them 1 million per day, your workers will still steal from you. It's a shame. Church, mosques, shrines, we are always busy praying. But see, we're not serious as a people. We're not serious. And these are the things that, people should be talking about. By the way, somebody on YouTube says, what you guys doing taking about how to steal? We have some retards that come around for once in a while. Celtic is one of those. You can't build a nation with people like that. But I like what he's doing, by the way. Now he's pushing back because there's a limit to what you can take. And people that are speaking against him, I'm wondering, have they ever built something in their lives? Have you ever built something? Do you just watch for until things collapse and you do nothing? By the way, I'm going to continue, but I want to change the style that we use. I want to be reading the comments as we're reading the news. Someone says here on YouTube, Dangote is not without blame, considering what he did in the cement industry. We can talk about that. We're talking about the oil industry right now. It's not that the point is not that he's blameless. The point is that there is sabotage going on right now in the oil and gas industry. When the time comes for cement, we'll talk about it. And by the way, when people blame Dangote for cement, I don't even blame him for cement. Why? He's not the only cement company. Dangote is not the only cement company in the country. There's Lafarge, there's Elephant. If his own price, let's say he decides to do whatever he's doing and he hikes prices, why shouldn't Lafarge? That would be an opportunity for Lafarge and Elephant now. They can crash the prices and outsell him. I don't even blame him for what. I'm not saying that it's without blaming everything, but when people use the word, when people talk about the cement industry, it's not the only player. Lafarge has been here before Dangote. Elephant has been here before Dangote. If Dangote is doing terribly, especially with the prices, then that gives them an advantage. They sell cheaper, and I hope they do. And Dangote will be forced to have to change things. Sometimes we talk about the cement industry as if it's the only player. It's not. And I'm not talking about importing cement. I'm talking about those who produce. We grew up with Ewekoro now. I mean, with cement from Ewekoro. That's the only one we used to see. Paper bags, paper cement. Long before Dangote even thought of getting into it. So if Dangote did something in cement, industry, and it caused the price to go up, let the competitors force the price down. We, as citizens, we don't care what goes into whatever game they are playing. We just want to buy it at, affordable prices, right? So we'll buy the affordable prices. Quality Dangote at Elephant. An elephant is cheaper than Dangote. Wouldn't I buy it? Why would I want to buy Dangote cement? So let the other players also force down the prices. And that's what's happening in the oil industry right now. That's what's happening in the oil industry right now. If everybody plays and is crashing the prices, it's saying something around 699. That'll be 700 naira from the refinery. If you can compete, you compete. We are Nigerians. Our benefit is that we have folks who are haggling amongst themselves to know. We just want to know the one that has the cheapest prices and best quality. Once I have those two, I'm good. Or we're best quality first sharp. And to be honest, Dangote's quality seems to be the best. How do we know? Think about what's even happening right now. Folks who are telling us about the quality of their fuel, they don't even have a laboratory to ascertain the quality of that fuel. So what are we really doing? Are we joking? Anyway, let's listen to something, a bit more interesting. He also made the claim that in the last 2 months, billions of liters have been imported into Nigeria. Personally, do I have a problem with that? No. If it's of higher quality and if it's cheaper, then it would make sense. If it's neither of higher quality or cheaper, then it's absolutely ridiculous. But you know what? Let's listen to the man say it himself, and then. By the way, as I'm talking, if I say any comments that has to do with the conversation, I'm going to read it out. All right. Someone says now we have no choice. No, we have a choice. We can tell Elephant and Lafarge to reduce the prices. Dangote did some interesting things. A businessman, capitalist, I get it. It's not clean. It's now a saint. Okay, I've heard. The point is, let the competitors give us better prices. We'll buy what they're selling. This is what he had to say on the issue of fuel being imported into Nigeria. Take a listen.
How many billions of liters were brought into Nigeria, especially in the last 2 months? And I think it is totally unethical, and it is not good. This refinery, we have already built our own. Other people, they will not be able to build their own. if this thing continues. And I mean, it's Nigeria that's losing. Okay, it's not me as Dangote that is losing. Okay, because if you if you look at it, my own lifestyle is as simple as your own. I don't need the money. Okay, we are offering what the country needs. If it's about making money and I want to make money, I should have gone to the stock market of America and invest in the Googles, Microsoft, and co. I would have been richer if it's about being rich. So it's not about being rich, because in refinery you can ask anybody. Refining margins are not that great. It's very small. So I wouldn't be doing that one. I would have gone. Can you imagine now if I go with 20 billion to buy all these blocks of Shell and coke, and even at overpriced? Do you know what I will be producing? I'll be producing maybe 1 million barrels a day with 20 this, because you calculate all this on Chevron and Co. When they checked out of the country, they sold their own, oil blocks. How much were they? Calculate right from the last 20 years. Those blocks transactions are not worth more than the 20-something billion which you invested here. So it's not about making money, it's about making sure that, yes, we have done the right thing. Maybe we made a mistake, I don't know, but I don't think it's a mistake, because we are providing what the country has been crying for. And, I know that, yes, maybe today people might not appreciate us, but maybe in the next 20, 30, 50 years, when we are not around, then people will remember what we have done. They will appreciate us more.
All right. That was Aliko Dangote, the president of Dangote Group, speaking on the fact that billions of liters of fuel keep getting imported into Nigeria. And the question really is, again, do we have comparative advantage? I think we do. And if we do, why on earth are we able to compete so that we don't have a monopoly? And that would make sense. But then the question is it cheaper and is it of higher quality? And I think those are questions that our regulators will have to answer. And speaking about regulators, you mentioned earlier what happened with folks who are trying to sabotage, his own refinery, and the fact that even Nigeria's refinery also has gone through several repairs and nothing has come out of it. By the way, let me say something before we even go on. I don't know if you remember 2007 when NLC and the rest of them, were shouting about the fact that they should of his term, and so they were on Yaradua's case until they eventually reversed the sale of those things. Now, I always say it's 2000. I don't know if we've gotten up to one tanker out of that Port Harcourt refinery, but we own the refinery, but not one drop of oil has come out of that refinery in the last 18 years. And believe it or not, folks have been collecting salaries. People that retired got their own pensions and gratuity from working in a refinery that does not work. Go figure. That's the kind of Nigeria that we are living in. And we need to begin to ask ourselves questions. Is it about individuals who want to feel like they're being protected, or the entire, or the collective, the nation itself, or the country as a whole, that's actually growing and we're actually getting productive? So you mentioned that earlier, but there's something else he said I'd like you to listen to, and then I think this will be all for that press conference. He was talking about the refineries themselves and what he thinks would happen if Nigeria decides to put those refineries for sale today, 18 years after. Take a listen to this.
During the last administration of President Muhammad, there was a big mistake that was made by putting a trader as a regulator. A trader can never be a regulator, which I think It is a mismatch. And that's why we're having all these issues. The crisis that we're facing is actually to do with this. And what is actually telling me is that the country is paying a bigger price. The bigger price is that nobody will come and invest in this sort of this. Even if the NNPC today want to sell their refineries, there can never be a buyer. Why? Because the environment is not conducive for anybody to come and put his money and put up a a refinery.
So he says the environment is not conducive, and I hope Nigeria actually does something to make it better. And for those who are saying things about why is it all over the place about this matter, remember this: he invested, or he was able to source and invest $20 billion. If you invest 20 billion kobo into something, you want it to work, let alone $20 billion. I said that was the last one. There's just one more. And this is like an indictment on America itself, but it's coming from Dangote. So, I mean, I kind of like this new version of Dangote. Like, he's really saying stuff. I don't know if it's patriotism or capitalism, but I'll take it. Take a listen to him speak on the American factor.
Yeah, the second aspect that you asked me, yes, no, we're not getting enough crude, still. So that's why we buy from Ghana, we buy from, some few African countries. We buy from US. But US has been one of our major suppliers. That's why when somebody said that, Trump is not happy with this refinery, I said, no, I'm sure Trump too. You'll ask his intelligence people, tell him he's more than happy, because on average, for a year, we will not buy less than 100 million barrels from US. So, I mean, US is also a major beneficiary, the refinery that we have. And when we double, I'm sure they will not supply us less than 200 million barrels per annum. So US is major beneficiary, and we also supply them with aviation and also the Uganda.
This guy talk. All right. Thank you very much. We're going to move on. All right. Thank you very much. We're going to move on from that press conference to other things. All right. Dangote unveiled Vision 20. Sorry, Dangote Group unveils its Vision 2030 to become $100 billion conglomerate. Take a listen to. I mean, this is apart from the press conference. There's another event where he spoke about Vision 2030 that Dangote Group has. Take a listen to him.
3, 2, 1, and push.
Unveiling the 2030 business agenda, the president of Dangote Group, Aliko Dangote, in company of the vice president, Kashim Shettima, explained that the dollar-dominated payout will be supported by $6.4 billion in projected revenue from petrochemical exports, particularly polypropylene and fertilizer.
Our vision for 2030, where are we going? Today, I want to share with you a vision that will define the next 5 years of industrial development on the continent. By 2030, the Dangote Group will become a 100 billion revenue enterprise. With approximately, when we get there, we'll be one of the 100 top companies in the world. We will also have approximately over $200 billion market capitalization because we intend to list. And in our listing, even in Nigeria, when we list the refinery, by the grace of God, we are working with the NGX, and we are also working with the SEC to make sure that we will be paying our dividends in dollars.
Dangote said it has begun the expansion of its petroleum refinery, which will be the largest single-train refinery.
We already, as a group, we plan to run 3,150 kilometers of pipeline, piping from Walvis Bay to other African countries so that we can dominate that sector. We'll be doubling the refinery capacity in the medium term, which we are actually now taking it to 1.4 million barrels per day.
The Vice President, Kashim Shettima, and the Coordinating Minister of Finance, Wale Edun, who both lauded Aliko Dangote for his business drive, called on other investors to follow in building not just Nigerian economy, but Africa in general.
If BUA Group and Dangote Group are to match, they will create an earthquake in the Nigerian financial scene. Dangote Semen's share price is 616 naira, and with the total capitalization of 9.8 trillion naira.
With Dangote conglomerate expanding its businesses beyond the shores of Nigeria to other parts of Africa, it remains the largest employer of labor in the private sector in the country. Abiola Beckley, AIT News, Lagos.
All right. That's a plan that Dangote has. Vision 2030 is just 5 years from now, so we wish him all the best. I mean, fantastic plan that he had, or that he has. We're moving away from that, but still on Dangote, and this is the last news, I promise. Well, at least for now. He spoke on his philanthropy and what he's planning to do in different parts of Nigeria, and the kind of money that will be going to scholarship in different states, particularly Lagos and Kano. Take a listen to this.
Well, this one is going to actually involve almost everybody, and that's why what we are trying to do is to touch every single family in the country. We are going to do it by local governments, and the local governments that we have, each local government will have about the same amount. The only thing is that Lagos and Kano will get a highest allocation. We are spending the 1 trillion because we want to invest heavily in education, because that is human capital. The human capital of our nation cannot be compromised. And that's why we say that even after 5 years, we'll review it. And like what I said earlier on, this thing will be sustained for the future generations of the Dangote family. And that's the reason why now, I've already signed up with my family, for the future, in the amount of, death. Everybody, we're all human beings. The 25% of whatever that I will leave behind will go to the foundation before it is shared to my, inheritors. So I think this one will give the foundation a very strong footing. All whatever that we're doing, the foundation will end up having about 25% of the total wealth that I have.
Alaji, when your business goes continental, each of those African countries that you invest in, does it mean that the governments of such countries put in counterpart funding to your business, or you export capital from Nigeria and go and set up complaint?
No, we're exporting capitals from other parts of the world to various African countries, not exporting capital from Nigeria. But, the business, we've been working very hard in trying to establish the business. You can see that this year.
fantastic from the Dangote group led by Alhaji Aliko Dangote. Now let's come back home. Let's go to Ife. Alright, I mentioned earlier that today the president of Ghana, President Mahama, was installed as Ààrẹ Atayeto Oòduà Gbogbo Yorùbá, and some interesting things happened. President of Botswana was also around. The Olofa of Ofa also traveled down to the event to grace the occasion. I see here Olori Temitope Ogunwusi welcoming the former president of Botswana to Ile Oòduà. There's a short clip. There's a short clip I think I would like you to listen to.
Special way. May God bless Nigeria, may God bless Ghana, and may God bless everyone here today. Thank you and God bless you.
The future of African success is dependent on collaboration.
Wọ́n ní gbogbo tí à ń sọ látàárọ̀ tí wọ́n ti sọ náà ni pé ìfọwọ́sowọ́pọ̀ àwọn adúláwọ̀ ló lè gbé wa ró. Bí ẹnìkan bá ń koná tí ẹlòmíín yẹ gẹ̀rẹ̀ ẹ rí i pé yakata ni a ṣubú. Ohun tí wọ́n sọ náà ni wípé kí orílẹ̀-èdè gbogbo ibi tí adúláwọ̀ bá wà ká máa tẹ̀síwájú ká sì gba ìṣọ̀kan àti ìfẹ́ láàyè. Ẹ jẹ́ àṣàṣe o.
I'd like to quickly recognize and welcome the chairman of Greenwich Merchant Bank, Kayode Falowo. You're welcome.
Yes, all courtesies duly extended. Permit me to call on Emirate Choir for the very special rendition.
Emir Kano was present. Alhaji Aliko Dangote himself was there. The Olowo of Owo, Ejobakure, Owobokun, Ajero, Olofa, and many Yoruba monarchs in Ile Oòduà for the chieftain title of Ghana president. And this also says it's a proud moment. Yes, it is proud. You can't hear me. Oh, sorry about that. So I was saying that apart from the names. Oh, sorry about that. So I was saying that apart from the names mentioned in that video, Aliko Dangote was also present at. He's at the event. I think they're still there. The Emir of Kano, the Olowo of Owo, Deji of Akure, Owa Obokun, Ajero, Olofa, and many Yoruba monarchs are in Ile Oòduà for the chieftaincy title of Kenyan president, and this author says it's a proud moment. And I mentioned earlier that the former president of Botswana is also at the event. So, Kiyo Yemori, Ghanaian president, and I mentioned earlier that the reason the Olofa of Ofa, the reason it was there apparently has to do with the fact that the president of Ghana was raised in Ofa by his stepmom. The stepmom was an Ofa woman, a Yoruba woman. So OTD Arawa. So apparently the king also decided to be at the event to honor him and Kabesi Ogunwusi, the Oni of Ife. All right, so that was a fantastic event. And speaking of events, there was also another event held earlier today. The family of late former Nigeria President Muhammadu Buhari presents a book, From Soldier to Statesman, The Legacy of Muhammadu Buhari, and they presented that book at the State House in Abuja. And I'll actually take a listen to one of the book reviewer. I think this is Professor Charles Omole, speak on what the book is all about. Take a listen, please.
What was wrong with Buhari when he was sick in the 2017-2018 years? The answer is in the book. What were the internal intrigues behind the sack of Lawal Daura as DSS boss? The answer is in the book. What role, or what was the role of the cabal in shaping the Buhari presidency? Why did they fight his family to a standstill? The answer is in the book. What was the plan of the cabal for the APC presidential primaries before it was thwarted just a few hours before the event? The details are in the book. What was wrong with Buhari when he was sick in the 2017-2018 years? The answer is in the book. What were the internal intrigues behind the sack of Lawal Daura as DSS boss? The answer is in the book. What role, or what was the role of the cabal in shaping the Buhari presidency? Why did they fight his family to a standstill? The answer is in the book. What was the plan of the cabal for the APC presidential primaries before it was thwarted just a few hours before the event? By the way, Mr. President, the cabal wanted somebody else to win that primary. The details are in the book. How was the CBN captured by the cabal? The answer is in the book. Was Buhari's signature forged? Was there a signature stamp? Did somebody assign his signature? The answer is in the book. Why did Buhari resort, and this is one of those strange revelations you'll find in the book, why did Buhari resort to conversing with his family with pen and paper in his office? Because he said his office was bugged. Who bugged the office of the president? The answer is in the book. Was Buhari office and bedroom bugged? The answer is in the book. Why was it that several people gave account of Buhari about to give a speech and found out that the speech he approved was not the speech he was given? It's been swapped several times. The answer is in the book. What were Buhari's instructions during the NSAS? The answer is in the book. And finally, what killed President Buhari in July 2025? The answer is in the book. Personally, you see.
Wow. Wow. I'd like to get that book. I think it's important to get that book. That's a lot of bold claims. I mean, I can't even call it a claim. It must be the truth, because it looks like Buhari himself perhaps left some documents that they're printing, because this is his family putting out this book. So we'll see what that's about, but that's heavy stuff. Someone says Buhari wrote down what killed him. How about now? How about? What do you think is the answer to that question, Abba? If a person is dying, if he was sick of something. Anyway, there is in recent times, a number of people who were associated with Buhari have either been arrested. Should I use the word arrested? Let's say questioned by the EFCC, or even arraigned in court. For instance, we've heard about Malami, and I'm going to read something about him from the cable in a bit. But just in case you do not know, Ngige has been arraigned on 2.2 billion naira corruption allegations. This is actually quite interesting, considering the fact that Ngige was talking to, I think it was Honorable Faleke saying things about the fact that the president and himself were both governors and they were both this and both that. Maybe I'm going to play that later. Anyway, Malami also was invited by the EFCC, and a number of things are coming out. Apparently, I think I should find you that video where he was calling himself a Lagos boy. Yes, when he said Lagos boy, that's Ngige. I'll see if I can quickly find that video for you guys. It's quite interesting how quick things change. Ẹkáàbọ says if you invested $20 billion in a project, you would do everything to make it work. Absolutely. Absolutely. Mambo, if I find that video, I'll play it. And I found it. All right, take a listen to this life. Let's all be careful. Take a listen to Chris Ngige. At the time, he was the Minister of Labor and Employment under President Muhammadu Buhari. Take a listen to this exchange that happened at the National Assembly between him and Honorable James Faleke.
I'm the same age with your mentor in Lagos, Asiwaju. And I was governor with him at the same time. He was a senator, I was a senator. I'm a two-time minister, he isn't a two-time minister.
But he won all his elections very well.
No problem about that. Just like you won your own in Kogi State very well.
Yes.
And you are now the deputy governor and governor of Kogi State.
Mr. Honorable Minister, with due apology, I also want to make this statement finally. That you are a former governor by the grace of God. You are also a former senator of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. I also want to ask that you served the first tenure as a minister, now it's your second tenure. Oil Minister, will you say your appointment by Mr. President was based on you being a member of the party or because of your personality or because of your performance for the president at the election? Because I look at the results, I discovered that in your local government, you scored 2,202 for the president, while the PDP scored 17,000 plus.
Chairman, please.
Thank you. That is my question. Thank you.
Honorable members who are like my junior brothers, except like they say it's up to 60, I don't know.
I'm 60 plus.
So you are near my age, but I'm at least 7 years older than you, I'm sure. I'm the same age with your mentor in Lagos, Asiwaju. And I was governor with him at the same time. He was a senator, I was a senator. I'm a two-time minister, he isn't a two-time minister.
But he won all his elections very well.
No problem about that. Just like you won your own in Kogi State very well.
Yes.
And you are now the deputy governor and governor of Kogi State.
Mr. Minister, please respond.
I'm responding, my friend. If you yab me, I yab you 10 times.
I won.
I'm a Lagos boy. I'm a Lagos boy. You are just a small boy in Lagos. Look at this boy. Mushi boy is talking to a VI boy. I live in Victoria Island. Look at Mushi boy from Kogio. You're Oborobo. Just go. I don't get time for you. Kilo share.
That was at the National Assembly, July 2020. You're a Mushin boy. You're talking to a representative of the people that you're supposed to be talking to. You're supposed to be explaining why you should be a minister. Anyway, he's nobody's mate, and so now he's been asked to explain himself in court, where he's been arraigned for, shall I say, misappropriation or corruption charges leveled against him, about 2.2 billion naira. It's crazy. There's an article written by Bayo Oluponda that I found very, very interesting. I saw it earlier today. I'm just going to read part of it. And by the way, if you see the way somebody's writing VI boy, we live in VI, so what? Kilo share gone. Yeah, speaking of Baby, but oh, there can leti. You lived many years in Lagos, and you're still speaking about like that. Nothing to be proud of, to be honest. But I guess it is what it is. And here's a quote from President Muhammadu Buhari in an interview granted in 2022. He said, "I told everyone to hold firmly to the trust given to them, because one day, even after I leave office, their actions may be exposed. Everything will be reviewed based on what you did while in office. Since government records contain everything, and let no one call me to defend them, they should go and defend their own actions." That's from Muhammadu Buhari in 2022. When the late former President Muhammadu Buhari made the quoted statement above in a televised interview before his departure from power, many Nigerians saw it as more than a casual remark. To some, it sounded like a warning. To others, it felt like an excuse prepared ahead of time. It's been over 2 years now that President Tinubu assumed the leadership of the country, and now, with the interrogation of one of Buhari's favorite ministers, Abubakar Malami, by the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, the late president's warning feels prophetic. It's actually very long. I'm not going to read everything. The point I'm trying to make is just that it looks like a lot of people are now being questioned over their involvement with whatever it is they got involved with while being in the Buhari administration. Here, for instance, Sirika was charged over allegations of contract fraud and abuse of office, and Adi Sirika was a former Minister of Aviation who controlled a sector known for large contracts and major projects. Now, of course, we know about Ngige. Former Minister of Labour and Employment, Chris Ngige, has been arraigned on charges linked to contract fraud involving the Nigeria Social Insurance Trust Fund. He court ordered that he be remanded in Kuje Correctional Center while his trial continues. He has pleaded not guilty. Seeing a former powerful minister in prison custody is striking. It sends a strong message that public office should not place anyone above the law. But it also raises a troubling question. Why are these cases only moving forward after these officials have left office? What links Malami, Pantami, Sirika, Sadia Umar Farouk, Ngige, and others in the cabinet of the late President Buhari is not just controversy, but a system that protected them. It's a very long and fantastic piece by Bayo Oluponda on the cable, so you may find it under this heading, Malami and Buhari's cabinet, how accountability was delayed. I just raised some questions, and also if you are at the top today, please be careful how you speak to people. Be very careful. Or this Lagos boy, Mushin boy. That Mushin boy may be the one that has the key to your life tomorrow. Just calm down. Calm down. But that's just an advice. Back to the news. We have a few more things to cover before we discuss the matter that I mentioned earlier. It was actually something that has to do with some of the people I look up to in the Christian faith. All right, that's that about that. Let's go to Channels TV, where there's a story. Supreme Court upholds President's power to declare emergency rule, suspend elected officials. The Supreme Court has upheld the power of the President to declare a state of emergency in any state to prevent a breakdown of law and order or degeneration into a state of chaos and anarchy. The Supreme Court has upheld the power of the President to declare a state of emergency in any state to prevent a breakdown of law and order or degeneration into a state of chaos or anarchy. In a split decision of 6-1, the Apex Court held that the President, during a state of emergency can suspend elected officials, but that such suspension of elected officials must be within a limited period. In the lead majority judgment, Justice Mohammed Idris held that Section 305 of the Constitution empowers the President to deploy extraordinary measures to restore normalcy where emergency rule is declared. I think this, of course, is on the heels of what happened in Rivers State. By the way, it has happened in Ekiti State before. It has happened in Plateau State under Obasanjo. But it's good that this has been finally laid to rest since the Supreme Court has spoken on the matter. Moving on very quickly. Man slits cleric's throat inside Kano mosques. Hey, the news guy said they make me speak bad English. Man slits cleric's throat inside Kano mosque. An elderly man identified as Ladan Zubaru was killed at Yusuf Garko Mosque in the Maraba Quarters area of Kano this morning. The killer was pursued by an angry mob and lynched while his residence was set ablaze, causing panic in the area. It is well. We don't know why he did what he did, because jungle justice. It is well. Speaking of people being killed, may God protect all of us. But there's this news from Sahara reporters. Kidnappers on Usuka Road were Fulani, but also spoke Igbo. Let me see if I can find you the full report. People are saying that let's say they be half caste, or a Bruku Tonteri. It's from Sahara. By the way, somebody sued Sahara reporters last week for a particular guinea that they put out there. May God help them all. May God help them. 1 second, let me find you that newspaper. I found it here. Kidnappers on Usuka Road were Fulani but also spoke Igbo. Held me for days. Enugu survivor recounts ordeal. A survivor of a recent kidnapping incident along the notorious Ugwogo Nike Opi Usuka Road in Enugu State has given a harrowing first-hand account of his 4-hour ordeal in the hands of armed kidnappers, shedding fresh light on the modus operandi of criminal gangs operating along the axis. The victim, identified simply as Peter, was abducted on November 29, 2025 at about 5 p.m., less than 100 meters from the last police checkpoint before the Ugwogo roundabout while traveling from Usuka to Enugu. I mean, the long and short of everything is this. I'm trying to find the part where I talked about the Fulani thing. It's actually quite interesting. Said they woke them up. According to him, the gang comprised 11 men of Fulani origin, armed with 4 AK-47 rifles, machetes, axes, hoes. He said the leader, whom he described as authoritative and composed, spoke fluent English, Pidgin, Fufude, and Igbo. I'm seeing this in the comment section. Someone says, who is fooling who? Half thinking. Let them keep deceiving themselves. I want Fulani Igbo. Okay. Maybe the person is half caste. It is well. I don't know for sure. I'm just joking. No, probably is not. Anybody that dresses a certain way is Fulani apparently, and people are speaking Igbo. They say they are Fulani, but they speak Igbo. Okay. Please make of that whatever you want. I don't know what to say on that matter, to be honest, because I'm just wondering. At what point do people begin to take responsibility for an issue and look for ways to solve it? At what point? Anyway, still in Igbo land, Nigeria's constitution is a death sentence for Igbo. Indivisible clause is a fraud. OYC President Igbo Ayaka. Igbo Ayaka described the constitution as a promotion of military decree into constitution that was not written by the people. The national president of the Ohanaeze Youth Council, Comrade Igbo Ayaka O Igbo Ayaka, has described the indivisible and indissoluble clause in Nigeria's 1999 constitution as a constitutional fraud, calling for its urgent review to allow for the self-determination of Nigerian peoples. In a statement released on Sunday, Igbo Ayaka criticized the 1999 constitution, which he said was hurriedly drafted by military juntas and political elites to serve the interests of select ethnic groups, while marginalizing the Igbo and other communities. So they put that thing together to serve the interests of select ethnic groups while marginalizing the Igbo and other communities. If I don't hear the word marginalization, marginalize is not Igbo. It has to be there. It's trademark. Quote, the Nigerian constitution is not a democratic document, but verily fraudulent. It lacks principles of democracy. Therefore, Nigeria is not even a democratic country. What defines a country's democracy is the constitution. The Nigerian constitution lacks democratic standards in its entirety, Igbo Ayaka said. Igbo Ayaka described the constitution as a promotion of military decree into constitution that was not written by the people. He said the Article 2 of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, as written by military juntas in conspiracy with foreign allies like Britain, was done with ill intention to victimize Indibo. So they wrote that constitution to victimize Indibo on self-determination quest, as stated, quote, Nigeria is one indivisible and indissoluble sovereign state to be known by the Federal Republic, to be known by the name of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. The clause indivisible and indissoluble is a death penalty for Nigerians, but it significantly signified it significantly signified a planned slavery against Indibo and other ethnic groups like Middle Belt Hausa that are facing ethnic cleansing in northern Nigeria. There's a lesson to learn from Nigeria's history. If you have power, use it well. You're writing about, I grew up in Ibadan, so that thing always comes out. If you have power or you have any opportunity, please think of tomorrow. Have something called foresight. There are people whose leaders had no gift of foresight. I mean, it's not even a gift, something you can develop, but they did not develop it. Everything they did was what to make them win in the immediate. They considered nothing of others' welfare, just themselves. And when the tables turned, they now say the thing that was done by their own elders was done against them. Think about it. I've said it before, so I'm not going to spend too much time on it. The concept of indissolubility and indivisibility of this place that we call Nigeria is a concept that was introduced by Azikiwe in 1954. It was in London. Chief Obafemelo had suggested that Nigeria included secession clause in our constitution 1954, 6 years before independence. Papa knew tomorrow. Papa saw it. He saw the future. And he said, let's do this thing because this is how federal structures work, e.g. the USSR at the time. And I use USSR as an example. It was, and by the way, Ahmadu Bello agreed. 3 main regions, 2 wanted something, 1 said no. And in an interview that Zik granted in 1975, 21 years after the fact, Zik said the British came to our rescue and they supported us. Those were his own words. If you're looking for that article, go to Redomi Global on Telegram now. You will find a link there. Go to the learning section. You'll find a link what Zeke said about it, and so that it doesn't look like I'm just making things up. Your fathers have eaten sour grapes. The children's teeth are now set on the edge. He did that because he thought they would be in power forever. Because he thought that, by the way, the Igbos, again, I say this out of respect. And by the way, I'm going to repeat what I'm saying right now later on. I want to talk on the video that Pastor Matthew put out there. It's actually quite unfortunate. But with all due respect, the Igbos require Nigeria to survive. I mean, they did then, and they still do. You know what? When I was beginning to talk about this one gradually, let me read something to you so that it's not just going to be my word against anybody's. Let me read something to you from Anthony Nauro. Give me a minute. I'm going to find that book. Find that page. Great. This is from Anthony Nauro, 12th August 1968. It says, captured documents now confirm that the intention of the former Eastern authorities was to conquer the former Midwestern and Western regions, and then in a later phase subdue the former Northern region. This was not surprising. This is where I'm going. Igbos need to work and trade over the whole of Nigeria, which they have always known in this century as their country. The thing is that because if there's a way to force the country together, then you can take advantage of the resources that other regions and places provide that you lack where you come from. That's a fact, by the way. If anybody questions me about it, I'll bring out the documents and read later. So this whole thing of let's be together was done to favor you. Now that, and it favored them, by the way. It favored them all the way to the 60s. The funny thing is that all this favor is still favoring them in a way, Gonself, because at least they're all over the country. But you see, what they thought in terms of having access to power didn't turn out the way they expected it. That now is saying now that they designed that thing against Igbo, when it was actually an Igbo man that gave us that thing in the first place. And there's something I've noticed about the North. The North is taking advantage of everything. Jesus is the 1 second, please. One second, please. Sorry about that. Taking advantage of. Yeah, the North is taking advantage of all that the Igbos put in place. This is not about whether it's good or bad. It was not the idea. The entry system was not the idea. All this whole thing was not the idea. But as soon as they got maximum benefit, to be honest, they are not better, because what they should have done really was, but not other people don't think like that. What they did was take advantage of everything. What was meant to govern them and conquer them, they turned it around for their own good. If you like, curse them out, but remember that they did not, you know, like they say, hate the game, don't hate the player. It's a game. You put it there and they're taking advantage of it. This nonsense about the fact that indivisibility is because of Igbo is just rubbish. Do I want that particular clause removed? Yes, I do. I think Nigerians should be free to decide what they want. We're not going to do that by blackmailing the country, by saying, oh, they did it against us. You did it against Nigeria. It just so happens that it's not favoring you. And like, you know, like usually do, you begin to cry like a baby. But let's make something very clear. It's important that Nigerians actually decide what they want. And if they want to break out, let them. And I've said it before. You see, this old noise that they're making on social media, if people are really serious about getting out of Nigeria, the Southeast has 58 representatives in the National Assembly, 15 senators, 43 House of Reps members. All it takes is one person pushing that bill. Come up, just like the Deputy Speaker, Right Honorable Benjamin Kalu, pushed the Indigenous Settlers Bill that will never work by the grace of God. because that was, you cannot be trying to get out of the nation and wanting to become the indigene of other people's ancestral lands. You don't even know what you want to start with. But let's even assume you know what you want. Let another senator or speaker or what's the word, House of Rep member come up with a plan and put the bill out, secession clause included in Nigeria's constitution, and come and see if we're not going to support you. Me, I'll be championing it. Why? Because you must be able to decide what you want. It's not for any other thing. Decide. If you decide to stay, you stay. If you decide to leave, you leave. But if you decide to stay, you have lost all rights to keep throwing tantrums and crying victim mentality. Victim, what nonsense is they call the marginalization? Oh, they're marginalizing us. You decide if you want to stay, and if you decide to stay, you shut up and you play the game like you should be playing the game right now, but you will not. Anyway, that's from the Igbo. These are young people who are a youth congress. These are young people with this mindset. How can older people give this kind of thing to kids and the younger ones are also carrying it like that? It's a shame. It's a huge shame. There are many other things, but I think we're going to have to call it, stop now and then go to the other stuff I want to talk about. There are many things that we've not covered yet, but we only have so much time. All right. So, by the way, before I play what I want to play, let me just play this couple of videos, a number of videos, like 3 of them. Because some of these Yoruba people who are also going to the extreme and shouting that the Christmas and what the Christmas. This is like a break. I need to put some things together. And Alpha, a Muslim cleric, spoke up about those who are pushing extremist views in the Muslim community about Christmas and the food. Excuse me, that will be shared. Ẹkáàbọ ọ̀rọ̀ látẹnu Alpha méjì. Ẹgbọ́ kan náà.
Christmas. Kí ló kàn yín pẹ̀lú Christmas? Ẹ wá bẹ̀rẹ̀ wá sí lórí nígbà rí káàkiri. Christmas ló ń bọ̀ yìí o. Ẹ má jẹ oúnjẹ Christmas. Ẹni bá jẹ́ nù. Ẹ họ́nà wọn. Ọdún wo ni Mòlídì ń bọ̀ yìí? Tẹ́ ẹ wá rí àwọn pásítọ̀ tí wọ́n ń ṣe wáàsí pẹ̀lú máìkì nípa Mòlídì. Ìnàfírí ọ̀nà ìlàfíìlẹ̀ àrídì. Àwọn olóhùn mọ̀ wípé ẹ̀yin yapa irú lórí Mòlídì. Ṣé wọn ò mọ̀ pé ẹ̀yin yapa irú ni? Àsìkò ẹ̀lẹ́yìn wà bọ́ta. Christmas yìí gan-an nínú Báíbù wọn gan-an kò lẹ́rìí kan. Káwọn náà máa sọ pé Mòlídì yìí gan-an kò lẹ́rìí kan. Ìnàfírí ọ̀nà ìlàfíìlẹ̀ àrídì. Ẹ kọ lẹ́tà sí wa lánàá. Ẹ họ́nà wọn wípé ẹ ṣe tí káwa náà ṣe tiwa. Wọn ò pè yín kẹ́ra wá ṣe Christmas rà. Ẹ tún fà yẹn tó bá tún di December, ọdún December kò sí kan tó ń jẹ́ bẹ́ẹ̀. Ọdún ẹbọ ni ọdún yẹn, January yẹn òṣàkẹ́ ní jẹ́ bẹ́ẹ̀, February òṣàkẹ́ ní jẹ́ bẹ́ẹ̀, olùsí àti ń bí ọkọ̀ oṣù láwà yìí ní November. Ẹ máa lo oṣù yẹn bọ̀ láti bẹ̀rẹ̀ tó bá di December. Ẹ máa dì náà oṣù yẹn, oṣù tẹ́ kílẹ̀mù láti bẹ̀rẹ̀ ayé. Ìnàfíìlẹ̀ ọ̀nà àìláfíìlẹ̀ àrùdì. Ẹ kàn honour kìíní yẹn, even if you are not going to accept it, just honour it. Bó o bá tiẹ̀ ní ìgbà, ọkọ̀ ṣàpọ́nlé ẹ̀ náà. Ọkọ̀ ṣàpọ́nlé ẹ̀ náà pé ọdún wọn o. Ó fẹ́ dáwọ́ kọ Kìrìsìtẹ́nì wá ní Kìrìsìtẹ́nì lásán-lásán. Lásán-lásán yẹn gẹ́lẹ́ dáwọ́ lálẹ́. Ìnàfíìlẹ̀ ọ̀nà àìláfíìlẹ̀ àrùdì. Tó bá lè mú Ọlọ́run sọ pé fìyàwó náà mọ̀ ga. Ó yẹ kó lọ sọ pé fìyàwó náà yẹ̀yẹ̀ pẹ́rẹ́. Ó tún wá ní fìyàwó náà yẹn mọ̀ ga. Ó má pọ̀. Fìyàwó náà yẹn àmọ̀ ṣáánú rẹ̀. Ìnàfíìlẹ̀ ọ̀nà àìláfíìlẹ̀ àrùdì. Kò dín ọkùn kó sọ pé pásítọ̀ yẹn dáa. Kò sọ pé bí ẹ̀sìn rẹ̀ dáa. Pásítọ̀ yẹn dáa. Tó wá ní tó dáa ní ara ẹ̀. Torí pé èèyàn máa ní tó dáa lára, a máa ní tó kù díẹ̀ káàtó. A máa wo ayé nìsáyí pé everybody ò fẹ́ give honour fúnra wọn mọ́. Àwọn ṣẹ̀ṣọ́ ti sábà pọ́nlé no general honour everybody ló ti sábà. Mo mọ̀ yín rí mi ò mọ̀ yín rí mi ò gbọ́dọ̀ kàn yín lábùkù. Àmọ́ wa wo ra wa ń wo àbùkù. Àmọ́ wo ra wa ń wo yẹ̀yẹ́. Àfáà ní anásù náà kí ló kẹ́. ló ń bọ̀ yìí o ẹ má jẹ oúnjẹ kírísímàsì ẹni bá jẹ́ nù ẹ họ́nà wọn ọdún wo ni mòlídì ń bọ̀ yìí tẹ́ ẹ wá rí àwọn pásítọ̀ tí wọ́n ń ṣe wáàsí pẹ̀lú máìkì nípa mòlídì. iná fìrí ọ̀nà ìlàfíìlẹ̀ àrídì. àwọn olóhùn mọ̀ wípé ẹ̀yin yapa irú lórí mòlídì. ṣé wọn ò gbọ́dọ̀ yapa irú ni. àsìkò ẹlẹ́yìn wà gbọ́ta kírísímàsì yìí gan-an nínú báyìí wọn gan-an kò lẹ́rìí kan. káwọn náà máa sọ pé mòlídì yìí gan-an kò lẹ́rìí kan. iná fìrí ọ̀nà ìlàfíìlẹ̀ àrídì. ẹ kọ́ lẹ́tà sí wàhálà lò. ẹ họ́nà wọn wípé ẹ ṣe tí káwa náà ṣe ti wá. wọn ò pè yín káyọ̀ wá ṣe kírísímàsì náà. ẹ tún fà yẹn tó bá tún di December ọdún December kò sí kan tó ń jẹ́ bẹ́ẹ̀ ọdún ẹbọ ni ọdún yẹn January yẹn òṣàkẹ́ ní jẹ́ bẹ́ẹ̀ February òṣàkẹ́ ní jẹ́ bẹ́ẹ̀ olùsí a sì ń bí ọ́ tó oṣù wo láwàá ní November. ẹ máa lo oṣù yẹn bọ̀ láti bẹ̀rẹ̀ tó bá di December ẹ máa dì náà oṣù yẹn oṣù tẹ́ kílẹ̀mù láti bẹ̀rẹ̀ ayé. iná fílẹ̀ ọ̀nà àlàáfíà àrùbí. ẹ kàn honour kìíní yẹn even if you are not going to accept it just honour it.
tó o bá tẹ̀ ní ìgbà ọkọ̀ ṣàpọ́nlé ẹ̀ náà.
ọkọ̀ ṣàpọ́nlé ẹ̀ náà pé ọdún wọn o. ọdún wọn. ó fẹ́ dáwọ́ kìrìsìtẹ́nì wá ní kìrìsìtẹ́nì lásán-lásán. lásán-lásán yẹn gẹ́lẹ́ dáwọn lálẹ́. iná fílẹ̀ ọ̀nà àlàáfíà àrùbí. tó bá lè mú ọlọ́run sọ pé fìyàwó náà mọ̀ ga ó yẹ kó lọ sọ pé fìyàwó náà èèyàn yẹ pẹ́ẹ́rẹ́ bó tó wá ní fìyàwó náà yẹn mọ̀ ga ó má pọ̀ fìyàwó náà yẹn àmọ̀ ṣáánú rẹ̀ gẹ́gẹ́. iná fílẹ̀ ọ̀nà àlàáfíà àrùbí. òdì ọkùn kò sọ pé pásítọ̀ yẹn dáa kò sọ pé bí ẹ̀sìn rẹ̀ dáa pásítọ̀ yẹn dáa tó wá ní tó dáa ní ara ẹ̀ torí pé èèyàn máa ní tó dáa lára á máa ní tó kù díẹ̀ káàtó. a máa wo ayé ní ìsáyé pé everybody ò fẹ́ give honour fúnra wọn mọ́ ṣe ti sábà pọ́nlé no general honour everybody ló ti sábà rẹ̀ mo mọ̀ yín rí mi ò mọ̀ yín rí mi ò mọ̀ ọ̀nà kàn yín lábùkù àmọ́ wa wọra wa ń wo àbùkù àmọ́ wọra wa ń wo yẹ̀yẹ́ àfààní anáṣù aná.
Mommy, I have.
All right. There's another Alpha who said something very, very interesting. I think you're going to like this one, especially if you're a Muslim and you have a problem with the food that Christians will be giving to you. This is what he had to say on the matter. Take a listen to this man. His name is Mosti Abiola. Take a listen.
Subhanallah, now, Subhanallah, now, wọ́n béèrè nípa Christmas rice, wọ́n ní ká sọ̀rọ̀ nípa Christmas oúnjẹ rice tí wọ́n máa gbé wá nínú Christmas pé ṣé ó tọ̀nà nínú Islam. Now, ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ àwọn àgbà àfọ àná ti jẹ́ ká mọ̀ wípé bẹ́rẹ̀ àní ẹlẹ́bọ làwọn Kristẹni yẹn. Àwọn Kristẹni tẹ́ rí yẹn ẹbọ ni ọdún ẹbọ ni wọ́n ń ṣe kò sí tó jọ bẹ́ẹ̀ nínú Quran kò sí tó jọ bẹ́ẹ̀ nínú hadith so ìwọ tó bá gbé rice fún mo fi Ọlọ́run bí ọmọ jẹ́ o torí inú náà ló ń lọ o jẹ́rí ó ní ohun táwa máa fi ráìsì ń ṣe tá a fi bá yín fọ ẹ̀sẹ̀ yín kó mọ́ bẹ́ẹ̀ bá ti wá gba ráìsì yín nílé tí èmi lè fún yín ládírẹ́sì kẹ́ bá mi kó wá sọ́dọ̀ tèmi ó ní àwọn nǹkan kan tá a gbọ́dọ̀ fi ṣe kí Ọlọ́run lè kó ẹ̀ṣẹ̀ kú lọ́rùn títí ẹ ó ti ẹ gbọ́dọ̀ jẹ rẹ́sì yẹn o ẹ haramu ni ẹ má jẹ o ẹ kó wá sọ́dọ̀ mi ni ká fi bá yín fọ ẹ̀sẹ̀ yín mọ́ ó ti yé tọ àwọn àfọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ àwọn àfáà náà ló jí ká mọ̀ pé tí ì bá sá àwọn àfáà kọ́lọ̀ bá wa dúró ti àwọn àfáà yẹn àwọn náà jí ká mọ̀ pé ọdún ẹbọ làwọn kírísítẹ̀nì yẹn ń ṣe tó ẹ dákun kí n tó wá máa lọ ráìsì tán bá gbé fún yín ẹ dákun tó bá yẹ pé chicken ló wà lórí ẹ gbọ́dọ̀ gbà ẹ sọ fún wọn ká fi tọ́kì sí i nítorí tẹ́sítì tọ́kì yẹn ó máa ń àwọn tá a fẹ́ fi ṣe kinní fún ni òkè tí pààrọ̀ la fẹ́ jẹ so tẹ́sítì tọ́kì yẹn ó tún ṣe dáadáa àmọ́ tí agbára wọn ò bá wá ká tọ́kì yẹn nìkan fi chicken sí sábà bẹ́ẹ̀ àmọ́ wọn gbọ́dọ̀ fẹ́yìn sí i tó bá ti wá kó ráìsì yẹn fún yín ẹ gbọ́dọ̀ ẹ má sì fi pé ẹ gbà ó ẹ gbà ẹ kó wá èmi ó fún yín ládírẹ́sì nílé ìdílé bá ti gbà ẹ bèrè lọ́wọ́ mi bí ẹ máa fún yín ládírẹ́sì ẹ mọ̀ bẹ́kà.
That was funny. Wá tí gbogbo wàrà ọ̀ràn yìí ti bẹ̀rẹ̀ gan. Ń gbọ́ kan yẹn kan má jẹ oúnjẹ yẹn kan kí nìkan yẹn kan ṣe kí nìkan fẹ́ ṣe bọ̀ tó bá fẹ́ jẹ má jẹ alẹ́gbẹ̀rún jẹ wá lọ jẹ ẹ̀kọ́ tó fẹ́ jẹ bó ṣe kọ́ máa dáhùn ní àfa ìṣe dáhùn tó bá ti fẹ́ jẹ wọ́n ní kò fi ránṣẹ́ sáàfà àwọn abáyín ṣááyún ẹ̀ àwọn nǹkan fi ṣe ẹni tó bá ṣẹ̀sìn ẹlẹ́sìn tó bá rí pé nǹkan tó ń ṣe ò bóun lára mu wọn ò fi ìbọn sí orí ẹ̀yìn bọ́dì pé kó jẹun ẹ má ká sọ di ẹ má ká gbàgbégbà ọtí. But I'm very happy that we have people like this, and it's also very important to highlight, you know, statements like this. One time everybody is just this extreme, they're just thinking extreme, like extremists and all of that. It's important to balance things, and that's why I played that video. So thank you. Thanks to, I don't know the names, I think the other one is Mufti Abiola. Thanks to them and the way they actually talked on that matter. Now I'm about to talk about the matter that I saw over the weekend, but before I do so, something good from Enugu State. I just want to acknowledge it because I think it's actually quite nice. Enugu allocates 10 billion naira equity. I'll say that again. Enugu allocates 10 billion naira equity funding to first phase of 135.5 kilometer rail project. The Enugu State government has allocated 10 billion naira as its equity contribution to the first phase of the planned 135.5 kilometer standard gauge rail project in the 1.62 trillion naira 2026 budget. The disclosure was made in a statement issued by the Senior Special Assistant on Media to Governor Peter Mba Dan Wome via his official X account on Thursday. According to the statement, the allocation is linked to the first phase of the rail line, which is part of the government's plan to establish a multimodal transport system designed to improve movement within Enugu and provide connections to neighboring southeastern states. That is good. And I mean, somebody last week took the same money, 10 billion naira, and loaned it to folks that want to go for Hajj. So it's important that we actually acknowledge when someone is doing the good thing, the right thing. Now let's listen to what I call the matter, one of the matters that arose over the weekend. And here is somebody, let me start by saying this. This is somebody I respect a lot. This is someone I respect a lot. I grew up listening to him. Winning Ways, that was a TV program. I was already pastoring in the UK. I was pastoring Kingsway International Christian Center, KICC. Fantastic man of God. Respect him a lot. But history doesn't really care about sentiments, like my own personal sentiments, or somebody I like, somebody I respect, somebody I hold in very high esteem. When things are said, when the wrong things are said, those things should be corrected, albeit with respect. But we can't just say this is how people get to believe in the wrong things. If you don't understand what I'm saying, you're going to get it in a bit. This is Pastor Matthew Ashimolo. He was on a podcast recently, and again, he's an older person. He's in his 70s. So he saw what happened in the north, and I can't even, come against, I can't speak against his quote-unquote lived experience, like they say. But there is a lot surrounding the events that he's not privy to, or if for some reason he chose not to acknowledge in this particular conversation. Let me say something as well. You could be 80. You could be 90 years old. Doesn't mean you know everything that happened. Age is something we respect and we defer to. When you're about land, we say Omodegbon, Agbagbon Lafidalefe. There are things that even, all of us, if you are humble, there are things you'll find in books. I'd be like, how come I did not know this happened? That's because we don't know everything, and that keeps us humble. But as you discover things, you begin to change your mind, because your mind is renewed based on what you're exposed to in terms of information. So I want to say this because a lot of Christians also have this thing in their minds where, so it doesn't look like you're against Christianity. The reason you are thinking like that is because you don't even understand what Christianity is. Go and tell the Irish to change their history because they are Christians just like England. We don't understand nationhood. We don't understand what it means to have loyalty to your people, because it's either we are hiding under a non-existing Nigeria, one Nigeria, which I believe in, by the way, but not in the way that a lot of people believe in, or we are hiding under, oh, we are Christians, all things are passed away. The person you are talking to is literally using your history against you because you are Christians and you are one Nigeria. You are saying it doesn't really matter because you are a Christian and one Nigeria. Who is now smart? Anyway, let's listen to what Pastor Matthew had to say. Again, I respect him a lot. No, this is not about money. It's not about money. There's something else, but I'll see if I have to talk about it later, I'll talk about it. But I think it's something that we have to be intentional about, especially as believers. Just because we all belong to Jesus does not mean that we should change history to make you feel comfortable, or that while acknowledging your pains, we should literally rewrite everything to make you the sole victim of the narrative. That's nonsense. And what I'm saying all of this because, you know what, let me get into it once it's done. I don't know if I should stop and play or if I just play everything, but I'll play everything, right, because most of what he said is true. Pause and play, but this one is mostly true. But that particular clause is one of the major problems we are where we are as Nigerians. Take a listen to this.
The Zaria Kano riots, in which Igbos were being hacked on the street. And my dad being a soldier, I still remember him coming home with his helmet dented from the rioters throwing stones at even the soldiers. It was so bad. My dad, at that time, my mom, she had health issues and had to live permanently in Ilefe, so there was a stepmother in the house. The woman in fear carried myself and my sister in Zaria. I think it was July 66, because that's when Agui Ironsi and Dekule Faji were killed. It was July. She carried us and ran to the barracks because my dad is on duty, trying to quell the riots. Mr. Femi, we had to sleep on the open field of the parade ground in the Zaria barracks. We were not the only family. Many had run there, seeing that Igbos were being hacked. Other tribes ran there that it might be their turn. And many don't even know. It went on till December of 66, and Chief Obafemi Awolowo, somewhere around November, instructed all the Yoruba soldiers to leave the north.
Let me just quickly pause and say this. Awolowo did not instruct soldiers to leave the north. That was Gowon. But Awolowo persuaded Gowon to issue that order. Because earlier, Gowon had issued a similar order at the insistence of Ojukwu. When Ojukwu said that Igbo officers should be asked to return to the eastern region. This was even before the declaration of Biafra. Right? So he had asked for Igbo soldiers to be redeployed, or officers, and everybody had returned. And Awo made the same case for Yoruba people, and it took a while, but eventually Ojukwu acceded and granted Awo's request. So it was not Awo that gave that order. Awo was not in the capacity; it wasn't in any capacity to order soldiers to return home. That was Gowon. That was Gowon's order, and Gowon did that. Number one, because he had done it for the eastern region months before, and number two, he also did it at the insistence of Awo, who felt that our own people should also be back home to protect our land. But most of what, everything he's saying to that point is experience. But that particular thing about Awo commanding them, Awo could not have, and Awo did not. Let's continue listening.
And come down south. That is how I ended in the south. Remember?
Someone said I mentioned Ojukwu. I said go on. I said Ojukwu asked Gowon to send, please, I know what I'm saying. Ojukwu asked Gowon, right, insisted that officers of Eastern origin return to the eastern eastern region, and he has said that he allowed them to go back. Ojukwu asked Gowon for that. Awolowo then asked Gowon for the Yorubas as well, and after a while, Gowon issued that order. So it was not Awo who said soldiers should return, and it was not Ojukwu that told them to go. Ojukwu could not tell them to go to the east or to the west. Ojukwu just, you know, did what Ojukwu did. Anyway, and that took a while because Papa got out of prison August 3rd. So it took a number of months, you know. Did I say Ojukwu? Oh, okay, maybe it was a mistake. Anyway, the point I'm trying to make is that Ojukwu insisted that Gowon should. You get the point, sir? Okay, thank you. Let me not spend time re-explaining it. Let's go on.
And Chief Obafemi Awolowo, somewhere around November, instructed all the Yoruba soldiers to leave the north and come down south. That is how I ended in the south. So we filled one long train. One long train. I'm still trying to remember. Yeah, I think when the train reaches Kano. So we all filled one train. All of us soldier families are stopped at Mokola Barracks. December 66. December 12, 1966. We stopped in front of Mokola Barracks and were assigned rooms. All the train filled with Yoruba soldiers. That was how messy the North became. Because you can't trace the Eastern problem without taking it back to the pogrom.
That's my major concern with that video. When he said you can't trace the Eastern problem without taking it back to the pogrom. It's a thing, you know what?
Six. You cannot trace the quest for Biafra without tracing it back to the pogrom of 66. Is Biafra right? I don't think so. Should Biafra go? I don't think so. Why don't I think so? We need each other. I can't even imagine Lagos without my Eastern brother. Now, there are many things we know we will get by you. Lekki no go survive if my Eastern brother we love our Faji.
Let's start with the last one. This idea that Yoruba people love Faji, we are Owambe people. We don't have to self-deprecate in order to create an idea of a one Nigeria. What do you mean we like Owambe? Do we like Owambe? Absolutely. And to that's what Ebenezer Obey said, Chief Commander. It was correct.
Before they came, what happened? How are you surviving?
What do you mean we like Owambe and if they leave, nothing will happen? Before they came, what happened? How are you surviving? How are you trading? Have you stopped trading?
Why you stop the video? You are insane. The video has ended.
Someone said, why you stop the video? You are insane. The video has ended.
Go back to the trees.
Chibuzo, use your brain. This is not your playground. Can go back to the trees.
People say because they want to make people feel good about Nigeria. It's rubbish.
This thing that people say because they want to make people feel good about Nigeria, it's rubbish. Not what he said. The idea basically that without them something's going to happen. What do you mean? The Hausas did not know where to buy things before Igbos got to their land. Or the right way one land was Hategun. Call the people more in tank of one.
The fabric markets in Baggy in Ibadan, is it Igbo that are there that are selling the things there? How did they get those things?
The fabric markets in Baggy in Ibadan, is it Igbo that are there that are selling the things there? How did they get those things there? The women in Balogun, in Tejo, they are there because Igbo put them there. What kind of rubbish is? We say these things because we want to create this one Nigeria idea, and I get it. But no, don't deprecate yourself because you want to make other people feel good. For what?
They can't imagine what if they're not there, they are not there.
For what?
During Christmas, when they go
They
back
can't
home,
imagine what if they're not there, they are not there, not here. During Christmas, when they go back home, do you say listen? All Johnny if you leave, your place will be taken. Period.
People are not useful. People are useful, but nobody is indispensable. That's the point.
Am I saying that people are not useful? People are useful, but nobody is indispensable. That's the point. Everyone is useful, but nobody is indispensable. Nobody. You pack your bags and leave today, your place will be filled in no time.
They should go. What do you mean they should not go?
And if you are telling me that they should not go, they should go.
Beg a person into unity.
What do you mean they should not go?
They should go. If they want to go.
Person into unity.
You're not pushing them.
They should go.
But you're fulfilling
if they want to go. You're not pushing them out, but you're fulfilling their request.
With a group of people who just blackmail you.
And if you don't do that, you spend the next 2, 3, 4 generations with a group of people who just blackmail you with something that they're not even willing to get in the first place. They don't want to go.
You're a bigot, that person wants to go.
Oh, I'll leave. I'll leave. Oh, yeah, go. You're a bigot. Is that the person that wants to go?
They should go.
What do you mean I don't want them to go because life is different without them? If they want to go, they should go.
Why would you tell them not to go?
If a person is telling you he wants to leave, why would you tell them not to go? What is the benefit that you are getting from that person that will somehow evaporate when the person leaves and has donation? If he wants to buy whatever he wants to buy in your life, you can still buy it. I don't know Ghanaians in Nigeria. Nigeria houses the largest numbers of Ghanaians outside Ghana. They live in Nigeria and they're not Nigerians. The highest number of Ghanaians outside Ghana reside in Nigeria.
The person is not Nigerian does not mean they cannot do what they want to do.
Excuse me. That the person is not Nigerian does not mean they cannot do what they want to do. Of course, there'll be laws that govern stuff. We have to get back to Nigerian history. And listen, guys, I don't say this out of disrespect or hate for anybody, but from the beginning, everybody that understands history and understands the structure of Nigeria knows this. A group needs the country more than the country needs the group. That doesn't mean the country does not need the group. Everybody needs each other, but not to the point where without you I cannot survive. Without you, people will thrive. Forget survivor. But without them, you can't survive.
Let the truth be told.
What's this pandering that we do in Nigeria because we're trying to look for unity? Let the truth be told.
Knowing that if you leave,
and the person who wants to leave, let him weigh his options, knowing that if you leave, your survival is on the line. And if he chooses to leave, then let him go.
I didn't even want to talk about that part. That's not what I'm talking today.
What? I didn't even want to talk about that part. That's not even what I'm talking today. It's not even the louder part. It's just that I've heard that thing. I think from another, gentleman the other time. He's over 60, saying that Yoruba people in Lagos, they use their money, they've sold land, and now use their money to bring Wasiu. Then Wasiu now they're now talking about the money of the land. The kind of things that we say, the banter you can have amongst yourself and Yoruba people is not what you can now bring to Nigeria and say, oh, see, I want to talk in wọ́n ta kíní kan wọ́n náwó fún Wàsíù kó wọ́n kan náà fún Pasuma ṣẹ́jọ́ iṣẹ́ ẹ̀ ni.
I'm not saying we should not have unity, but I hate self-deprecation.
We've got to be very careful how we speak. I'm not saying we should not have unity, but I hate self-deprecation because what it does is, if you are talking to peers, to your peer, listen to what I'm saying. If you're talking to your peer and you self-deprecate, your peer understands that doesn't mean that you are less than who you are claiming to be. You know, it's just ekonsereni. Those who are lower, and I'm using the word those who are lower than you, take your self-deprecation not as jokes or bant. As far as they are concerned, you are affirming to them that they are higher than you.
As far as civilization is concerned, as far as culture
because they are not your peers. As far as civilization is concerned, as far as culture is concerned, they are not your peers.
You have to bring yourself down so that we not say,
I don't believe in all these things about you have to bring yourself down so that we not say, I'll our own business. Let me tell you something. Let us talk tell ourselves the truth. Key.
Let's talk to class. Let's go out somewhere.
You know, Let's touch the grass. Let's go out sometime. Let's go out sometimes. Let's go out. Let's go out. Let's go out.
Igbos moved out of Nigeria.
When was the time that
Because this is how you actually, has it happened before?
Igbos moved out of Nigeria?
Yes.
Because this is how you actually, has it happened before in history? The answer is yes.
I don't debate insane people. You come in comment section, write rubbish.
You like to debate me one day. I can't. I don't debate insane people. You come in the comment section, write rubbish in the comment section. You tell me you want to debate me. I'm not the one that wants to debate. Go and debate your type. Have they ever left Nigeria? Yes, they have. Between 1967 and 1970. The question is that when they left, what happened to Nigerian economy? Anybody that understands the concept of history will not just make statements like, if they leave, something will collapse. So, okay, have they left before? Yes. When they left, what happened? You know what? Let me look for something. I should bring him up. Let me be done what I'm doing right now. Maybe you know what? I hang around. What's his name? Chibuzo. They say I should bring you up. I'll bring you up. Not to debate though. I can never debate you. That'll be that'll be beneath me. And I say that if you call that pride, I don't mind. Go everywhere, constituting news, and alright, you want to debate. After insult people in the comment section. That's not how it's done. I'll see if I can find you what happened after they left. Because we say these things as though it has not happened before. It happened. Folks left Nigeria, right? And when they left, Nigeria did so well. Let me tell you, you know what? I'm going to get into some things today. I wasn't planning to do this, but it's good that we're here. Let me just quickly find out stuff. I wasn't planning, so I didn't get it set. But I'll find it. Do I want people to leave Nigeria? See, I want for you what you want for yourself. That's me.
Whatever you want for yourself.
I'm not saying you should go, and I'm not saying you should stay. Whatever you want for yourself, get that thing. Don't come around blackmailing everybody. I want to leave. Leave. I want to stay. Stay. I hope I find that piece of there's one, I think I've shared it here before, that has to do with the GDP growth of Nigeria between 67 and 1970, and also the market report from Lagos Island that talks about the drop that Nigeria experienced after the Igbos left Lagos. The drop that Lagos experienced after the Igbos left Lagos. We should be talking about these things. Again, not because somebody is fighting anybody, but we have to stop this self-deprecation like, without you, I cannot survive. Without you, not only will I survive, I will thrive. Do I want you here? I don't really. Whatever you want. If you want to stay, stay. If you want to go, don't stay another day. That's my own point. All this deprecation rubbish. And by the way, Christians will do this thing a lot because you think that that's what Christianity means. That's not Christianity. That's you pushing yourself into a corner because you don't understand the concept of power. And you can do that, like I said, you can do that with your peers. And just because we are all in Nigeria doesn't mean we are all peers. Someone says Awo should have left them alone. What did Awo do? Awo was not the one that brought them back. Awo was not the head of the country. It was Gowon. I don't blame Gowon, because those people were actually taking land that did not belong to them. One of these days, I hope can you imagine? I'll find this thing now. I found it. I found the first part. Now I have to find the second part. I found it too. God is good. Let's talk. Let's start with the GDP growth. If you want to have this, please go to macrotrends.net. That's the source of what I'm about to read to you. So there's nothing to see. We're not hiding anything. Number one, has the Igbo as a, by the way, you know what? Let's start like we're already there. The Igbo as a whole, have they ever left Nigeria before? Yes. What happened to the Nigerian economy when they left? Growth. I just remember that on that source. Making 3. I want to read from this book. For some interesting reason, it was lying just beside me. So I think it's going to help us with something. This one has the budget of 1970. again, I'm not saying this because I want anybody to leave Nigeria. I think I hate you. I don't care what you think, but I don't hate you, and that's good enough for me. Fine, I found the third one. Let's get into this gently. Let's start with macrotrends.net. You can go online, you can find the link on Redomi Global. Nigeria GDP historical data. 1961, we grew to 0.19%. 1962, 4.1%. 1963, 8.58%. 1964 came down to 4.95% growth. 1965, 4.89%. Then the coup happened, January of 66. So what happened to GDP growth? Did it go up? No, it tanked. From 4.89%, it went down to minus 4.25% after Erosi took over. Minus 4.25%. Then the war started in 67. Then we went down again, minus 15.7%. From 4.89 to minus 4.25, and then by 67 went to minus 15.74%. This is Nigeria GDP historical data. 1967, yeah, minus 15.74. That same year, our Papa was appointed Minister of Finance in 67 when we tanked 15.74. So what happened? In 1 year, we went from minus 15.74% to minus 1.25%. 68 to 69 went from minus Papa was the Minister of Finance. 68 to 69 went from minus 1.25% to 24.2% growth in the middle of a war. We went from minus 1.25%. That was when all Igbos had left Nigeria. 68 was minus 1.25%. We went from 68 was minus 1.25%. By 69, it was 24.2%. By 1970, when the war ended, Papa had taken it from 24.2 to 25.01% GDP growth. And the GDP itself in 1970 had become $12.55 billion from $6.63 billion that it was in 1969. That was what happened when Igbos left Nigeria. Am I saying they should leave? See, again, if you want to go, if you want to stay, whatever you want to do is fine. But nobody should be gaslighting anybody with "I want to go." When you left, this is what happened. What then happened after the war ended? That's a very good question. I thought you were not going to ask. 1971, we went down from 25.01% to 14.24%. We came down. 1972, we are 3.36%. By 1972, we are 3.36%. We have not, since 1970, gotten back to what Awo did. One more thing, in fact, two more things. I'm going to read from a book by J. Sawe Laiko. The book is called Go On, the biography of a soldier statesman. It says here, Gowon, in his budget speech, this is in 1970, Gowon announced a total revenue of 556 million naira to an expenditure of 536 million naira. Please power tap on TikTok. This is showing inactivity. I think our lack of understanding of history is actually affecting us with all this. If you go, I will cry is a lie. Let me take it again. In his budget speech, Gowon announced a total revenue of 556 million naira to an expenditure of 536 million naira, thus creating a surplus of 20 million naira. Think about it. You're coming out of a war, and your budget, you have a surplus. Nigeria did not borrow a farthing. We didn't borrow a kobo. That war, Nigeria did not borrow a farthing. We didn't borrow a kobo because the person who was in charge knew how to manage men and resources, and the name of the person is Chief Obafemi Awolowo. That's what I want to talk about. I don't want to deprecate myself and say things like, oh, we don't really know anything. If you go and go now, what will now happen? This is what will happen. Just make sure you have Awo, or at least now you have Tinubu.
When they were not there, GDP tanked after the return. Why?
GDP growth, when they were not there, GDP tanked after the return. Why? Importation.
The structure of manufacturing.
That's why.
Of the country. Where is the manufacturing base of this country?
The structure of manufacturing base of the country. Where is the manufacturing base of this country? Please share this evidence. I don't have to share anything. I'm telling you where to find it. What else do you want me to do? Go on. Sorry, right now, it don't be me. So if I'm Timba, if I'm a bit, sorry about that. Go on. The biography of a soldier statesman. It's a book by J. Sawelaigo. The other one, I told you the website, macrotrends.net. I even told you to go to our Telegram channel. You'll find it there. I don't know what else to do. Macrotrends.net. You'll find the GDP growth.
People sell these things and we're
Please.
supposed to keep quiet because we are all one Nigeria.
The thing is, people say all these things and we're supposed to keep quiet because we are all one Nigeria. The truth of the matter is that when Igbos left Nigeria, GDP growth, Nigeria experienced the greatest GDP growth. We've not had it since they got back to Nigeria. I'll take it very quickly. Again, 1960, but let me say it again, by all means. Please go to macrotrends.net. Look for Nigeria historical GDP data. And if that's a bit on Telegram, you'll find a link there. But it's easier for you to just go to macrotrends.net. Nigeria historical GDP data. You see the trajectory from 1960 all the way, at least the document I have right now is up to 2022. But you see, up to 2025, I'm not going online. It's already in a book. So I'm reading from the book. But if you go online, you find it there as well, because I've checked it before. The point I'm trying to make is we have not ever gotten what we got when Awo was Minister of Finance. And since 1970, our GDP growth has been, Haiju was 15.33%, and that was in 2002. That was the highest we've had since 1970.
We also said that the budget of that year, 1970, was a surplus.
And we also said that the budget of that year, 1970, was a surplus, 20 million naira surplus. A country coming out of a war and paying people 20 pounds. People that are, of course, still ungrateful.
What if, when they left, you suffered very well?
But all of this doesn't really mean anything. What if, when they left, you suffered very well in Nigeria? You suffer, your markets went down. Is that what happened? Let's read. There's a document here that I think will help us. I'm not weaponizing anything. I just think that I hate to make myself small, because I mean, if I'm doing it for the law, that's different. But for people who are going to turn back and use it against me, that's suicidal. Listen to this one. This is from Market Monthly Statements for the month of September 1967. And this Market Monthly Statement, you find it in the report of the Market, Parks and Cemetery Committee of the Lagos City Council Caretaker Committee of February 20, 1968. And this is what they wrote there. The Igbo exodus from Lagos began after the September 1966 riots in the northern region and continued until the roads were closed after the eastern region seceded in May 1967. Please pay attention. The total storage collection, the collection from each store. The total storage collection for September 1966 was 7,697 pounds, 1 shillings and 6 pence, as compared to 7,587 pounds, 7 shillings and 6 pence for September 1967. What are they doing? They are trying to compare what happened the month they left a year later. So September 66 versus September 67. So September 66, when it was left, 1,697 pounds, 1 shilling 6 pence.
September 1967.
Okay.
Was 7,000.
That was in 66.
587 pounds.
September 1967 was 7,587 pounds, 7 shillings and 6 pence. The decrease was only 109 pounds and 14 shillings. The markets most affected were Apapa Elemu, Alayabiagba, Ido, Ijero, and Obalende in or near Igbo residential areas. That's from Market Parks and Cemetery Committee of the Lagos City Council Caretaker Committee, February 20, 1968 document. They are saying the only thing that Lagos felt was 109 pounds 14 shillings. That was the difference. And the places that this thing affected were areas, neighborhoods where Igbos congregated, like in Apapa, Elemu, and so on and so forth, in or near Igbo residential areas. If you want to tell people to stay, let it be based on what is good for them, not what is good for me. If you leave, stay or leave or go, I am fine. If you stay, I'm fine. If you leave, I'm okay. I'm thinking about you. What will benefit you? I'm not even selfish. Can you imagine? No, if you go out, no, I cannot imagine. I can imagine. In fact, I don't even have to imagine it. I've lived it. So, from these three sources, what we saw, or what we can see, I'm not sure in both, is that but when the GDP growth went, our GDP grew, went up. Number two, at the end of the war, we had a surplus. Number three, we looked at the difference between what we realized in our markets when they were in Lagos and what we realized after they left. And the only difference was 109 pounds. And the difference was felt in the areas where they lived. Does this mean anybody should leave Lagos? For me, if you want to go, go. If you want to stay, stay. That's my own. But that if you leave, something is going to happen, nothing. Another time that something like this happened was in 1993, during Oso Abiola, when Igbos left Western region and moved back to the east. Did you see tears on the? The point is that you need the place more than you do. And how do I know that? I'll read something to you again from August 12, 1968 document of Anthony Naro. It says Igbos need to work and trade over the whole country, over the whole of Nigeria. Take that again. Igbos need to work and trade over the whole of Nigeria, which they have always known in this century as their country. They need it. One more thing. They need to trade. Not that they want to. They need it. And saying this thing should not in any way make anybody feel bad about it. I can't be saying things like, oh, we just like Faji, and so we like Faji. Is it not the Faji that made us build the house? People are now complaining that we're not renting to certain people. I mean, you say you have bought all the lands in the area. Now you're saying that people are not renting houses to you. Does that not mean that something is wrong with your brain? Young people see these things on social media, and they are hearing from elders who they believe know what they're saying, and then they begin to tiptoe. You can love people without making yourself smaller than you are just to please them. Like, what's that about? Umbo, I want to. What did I say I was looking for now? Ah, yes, the listener. I want to read something to you from a document from 1960. Nothing has changed. I hope I find it. This was October 1960. I'll find that document. It was from October 1960 in a publication called The Listener. And I've quoted it here before, but I don't want to just say it because people always like, you're just talking. No, we'll read it together. Finally found it. I believe, this is Majiparam from October 20, 1960. I believe that the Igbo are the main force for unity. That's a good thing, right? I think so too. Until I read the next line. The next line says, if I let me read it again, you see the next line. I believe that the Igbo are the main force for unity. They need unity. As the poorest region, they have had to pour out of their overcrowded forests to seek work all over the other regions. They need unity. Nobody needs Nigeria like Igbos. That is a fact. If you want to stay, stay. If you want to leave, hop on the next bus. No Yoruba child or young man or old man or woman should be feeling like, if you now go, what will happen to me? Nothing bad. Someone said to me the other day, do you not think that Igbos can do you good? Listen, anybody can do me good, and I will do people good, and I do well for people. I bless people, but people bless me. If your blessing will be the reason for me to kowtow to the point where I deprecate myself, keep your blessing. Because that's not a blessing. That's a trap. You give people stuff so that they can stop saying the truth. Again, if I say it disrespectfully, that's another thing entirely, and that's not what I do. But the idea that we must lie by taking the blame for your mess up, that's nonsense. If Igbos leave Nigeria, Nigeria will not just survive. As a matter of fact, Nigeria, you will see Nigeria, you will wonder if you're looking at Nigeria. Think about the issue we are having with all these fake things. There's fake drug everywhere, billions, trillions of naira. Industry. People are dying.
We're not talking about people now, we're talking about the structure.
Are there good people? Of course, many.
The structure of criminality.
But we're not talking about people now, we're talking about the structure.
Kidney problem. People,
and small thing, I'll be hearing structure of criminality. Baby food, thank you. Kidney problem. People, young men are beginning to have dialysis sessions. On top of what? Because we want to make money.
We have documents.
I know you cannot talk. Oh, if you leave, something will happen to Nigeria. No, if you leave, we'll be fine. We have documents dating back to the 1940s on this matter of fake drugs. Do people in other places do fake things? Of course, it's a human thing. It's terrible, but if you notice a culture that it becomes not only is it a recurring thing, it also is something that you cannot speak against. Then people have to speak up. God rest the soul of Professor Dora Queenly. That's one of the best humans. I don't care about ethnicity. She's one of the best human beings that ever lived. Dora Queenly. What did she get for it? For the work she did with NAFDAC. What's all this nonsense? Everybody just saying, you are now trying to rewrite history to just, I beg you. Meanwhile, that's everything I've said right now, that's not even what I came here to talk about. This is what I really came back to talk on. He said that we have to, in fact, let me play it so that it doesn't look like I'm making it up. Give me a second, I'm going to find it and then I'll play it. Everything I've said right now is just to, no, they didn't murder her, but they attempted to kill her. There was a time she was shot at and the bullet went through her gilly. She talked about it. You can find these things online. There was a time they went to her son's school. They went to her son's school and said, oh, is she your mother? And the boy had to say she's the aunt or something. Essentially denied her. And that was the only reason that boy was not kidnapped. But her husband, after she had passed, see what happened to her husband. You all know. But no, you can't say anything about that because you know this is one of the reasons there is a problem in the Southeast. There is this conspiracy of silence. Now you are so silent you can't go home. I said that was just part. It's not even part anything. I want to talk about what I really wanted to talk about now. But everything I said right now is very, very important. Let nobody feel that they hold Nigeria in any kidney. If you are in Nigeria, you will be blessed. Do I want you to stay? It will be lovely to have you around. Can I live without you? I cannot live without you. I don't. You're not my wife. even wives, you have to have the sense to be able to say things that you could do. The truth is, if you leave right now, everybody will be fine. Your absence will be felt for maybe 1 week. You don't produce these things, you import them. And importation is actually detrimental to the economy. You're a middleman. You are buying and selling. It's trade. It's not business, it's trade. There are three different things I think we use. I'm sorry, but they are the same thing. There are three, and they mean the three different things. But we're not going to talk about it today. But you can research it on your own. Three things: trade, business, commerce. Those three things mean three different things. And a trader is not necessarily a business person. And commerce is bigger than trade and business itself.
That was how messy the North became. Because you can't trace the Eastern problem without taking it back to the pogrom of 66. You cannot trace the quest for Biafra without tracing it back to the pogrom of 66.
That's the point. See, let's help Igbo people and help ourselves. All this history, half history, is not going to help anybody. Do you need to go to 66 to understand why they want Biafra? Yes. Must you stop there? Don't ever stop at 66. In fact, and by the way, when you say pogrom, you're talking about July, August, September. Don't stop there. You have to go to January. In fact, don't stop in 66. Go back to 1944. And let me say something. I may sound a bit harsh, but I sincerely feel for those who died. I hope you can see my heart. I wish you could see it. I really feel terrible about it. And those who died, listen, no matter what we say, no matter the books we read, nothing would ever justify the killings of those people. A lot of them died. And nothing would ever justify the killings of the Igbos. But it is not a sole victim narrative. The Igbos killed Northerners as well. And nobody likes to talk about it for some weird reason, because it reduces the weight of the pain of the Igbos when you mention that they're also capable of killing people. Listen, everybody is capable of evil. Every one of us. Whatever is holding you back is what is holding you back. For some of us, it is love for God, or fear of God, or fear of retribution, or fear of going to prison. But that you're not capable of that thing, you can do anything. And guess what? People did terrible things. Igbos were killed in different parts of the north, and it is shameful and it's a blight on Nigeria's history. But Igbos killed Northerners, thousands of them as well, and their story should also be told. What would that do? It takes you away from a victim mindset into a place where you are thinking of reconciliation. You cannot spend the last 60 years just shouting, "See what you did to me," because nobody has told you what you did to them. I put out a statement on this thing a few days ago. People insulted insulted me. I was sending them straight to their parents, because I cannot come on Twitter and be trading was to 20-year-olds. Myself and your parents are age mates. So as they are insulting me, I'm sending them to their parents. Go and ask your parents. I'll just say parents, because I was even trying. Ask your parents. My mates are your father and mother. Go and ask them this stupid question. You just come on and say, "You are mad." You are describing your parents. That's my own. I won't curse you, but I will remind you. Your family meetings are held on trees. Me, I will tell you. Is rubbish. Once you mention something that goes against the narrative, they curse you out. Me, I'll send you straight to your father and mother. Internet. I'll send you home. The point is that most people's parents refuse to raise them right, place them on a diet of lies and falsehood. Then they grow up and constitute nuisance on everybody. And then you have Yoruba elders who are also perpetuating it by repeating those things as though it's true. You can acknowledge the pain, and any sane person has to, or else, even you, maybe you are now Hitler. You must acknowledge people's pain, but you cannot allow that pain to become the basis of manipulation. We are being blackmailed in this country. And let's talk to what Pastor Matthew said, by the way. Again, to be clear, I hold him in high esteem. I respect him. He's a fantastic preacher of the word. I've learned from him. I remember the Eagle series, early 2000s, winning ways in the UK. It was, all over Nigeria. Fantastic man of God. But we're discussing history. He said that you cannot trace the Eastern problem without taking it back to the pogrom. By the way, the word pogrom is also something I don't use very loosely, and that's why every time I write the word pogrom, as far as Nigeria is concerned, I put it in inverted commas, and that's because it's the claim by the Igbos that it was a pogrom. By the way, before we continue, what is a pogrom? We use words very loosely in this country. Some people say they are being marginalized. Everybody just talks rubbish. Some people say there was a massacre in Lekki, yet there's no body. There's no physical, there's nothing to prove. But people just use any words. Oh, there's a massacre. What does it mean? Again, let me make it very clear. The fact that I'm asking these questions does not mean that somehow I think it was cool that Igbos died. It can never be right. It's a terrible thing, and nothing can ever justify it. However, if you live your life based on what happened, you are just like every other regular human being. You have to go beyond what? Ask other questions. There are 4 main questions that every sane person should ask about in life. What is the least one? Because you don't have to be smart to ask the question. What happened? Kilo shele? What? What is it? Anybody can ask what. But that's the lowest level. What happened? You have to ask when. You have to ask how. And you have to ask why. And if you hate those other 3 questions and just stay with the what happened, you will perpetually remain a victim in life. Forget Nigerian history in life. Oh, see what happened. See what happened. When did it happen? Why are you asking me that question? Okay, let me tell you. It happened in July. And how about January? No, you cannot talk about January because just stay with what happened. Because now, when has contextualized the issue, it's happening in July. Okay, it's bad. What happened is bad. But it happened in July. What led to that? Then you have to now trace it back to at least, if you don't want to travel too far, at least January. Now the topic has changed. Then you now ask question of, in fact, it's about 5 questions. How did it happen? I said 4. They're actually 5. How did it happen? There's another question I did not add earlier. Who made it happen? There's what, there's when, there's how, there's who. Who made this thing happen? Who are the actors in this story? And lastly, the most important question, why did it happen? And if we start with the why of the killings in July, again, not justifiable ever. Nothing can make it make sense. Just saying, because it's important. But why did it happen? It was retaliation. That's why. Somebody asked me a question yesterday. How can you say that hundreds of people would die because they killed some people in January? How does that even make sense? The question is not, does it make sense? The question is, why did it happen? If you slap a person and they hit you with a club, maybe it's a lesson for you to stop slapping people all over the place indiscriminately. You are slapping those you don't know what they are capable of doing. You just go to the street now, slap anybody. Maybe even say a person who looks slender, is not properly built, doesn't look like he goes to the gym. You've seen the big broad-chested guys, he didn't touch them, but you found this lanky guy, he slapped him. Meanwhile, Dada Oleja, Abro Dada has one huge club, hits you on the back of your head. You now feel bad. Now say, that's not commensurate. Next time, don't slap people indiscriminately. That's the lesson. It does not mean that it is good that he hit you, but if you had not slapped them, they would not have had to hit you. That's the lesson. What should we tell the people that hit you? We take the club from them.
years or so.
And then we also deal with the issue, by the way. We don't just sweep it under the carpet.
Acknowledging the fact that
But what Nigeria has done in the last 60 years or so is to be talking about the one that hit somebody with a club, not acknowledging the fact that the one that went around slapping didn't slap one person, no. It just so happened that that's the one that hit him. He's been slapping people like his Christmas gift, just giving Christmas gift of slapping people all over the place.
here's the issue. Somebody says slap people saying a prank.
Here's the issue. Somebody says slap people saying a prank, they should not retaliate. I see some of those things on social media. Because of this content, we've been doing a lot of Facebook, because I have to also post on Facebook. So in posting, you will see other people's stuff. I'm noticing a lot of pranks from Nigerians. They will do things and they say, it's a prank. One guy, which went to prank somebody. That one beat Omwigi. Went to do prank of money ritual. That one found one log, not a plank, log, a log of wood. Picked it up from the floor and hit this prankster. I'll say on a spinal cord. I'm glad the guy did not die or anything. Whether you are doing prank or not, OT hit and he's not going to. You are going to be the one to even apologize. I mean, it's the prankster that will say apologize. I say, "Ma binu mo kon shere ni." OT ma share le se ko to mo po nse prank. You can't go around the place being just constituting nuisance and then now begin to cry when people retaliate. Doesn't mean the retaliation is okay, but take responsibility. And Igbos do not take responsibility as a group. I'm not saying there are no individuals that take responsibility. They are good Igbos, as a group. They don't. It's everybody else's fault. If in January, you organize it. By the way, the coup was organized in 65, not in 66. And I mentioned this a number of times. If you read the special branch report of 1966, it makes it very clear. It was not just soldiers who planned that coup. Civilians were involved. And one name they mentioned there was the Premier of the Eastern Region, Michael Okpara. Everyone who planned that coup, when they were thinking of one place to go after the struck at Lagos, the only place they thought about was Enugu. Whether it was Okafo, Ifajuna, Anuforo, Adewale Demega, everybody went to Enugu. It's in that document. It's not. Thank God they leaked that document some years ago. Now all of us have it. And if you don't have it, can check Redomi Global. You'll find it on Telegram. And yes, it was an Igbo coup. I don't have to. I will have another session to say that. I've said it before, but I'm saying it again. It was an Igbo coup. It was an Igbo coup. Every evidence points to that. People don't like to say it because I think of one Nigeria. One Nigeria cannot be built on falsehood. It was an Igbo coup. Acknowledge what you did wrong so you don't keep making the same mistakes. Why do you think? Let me ask you a question right now. Today, as it stands, mention the ethnicity that wants a coup in Nigeria. Write in the comment section. Please. One of all the ethnicities in Nigeria, one ethnicity that you can be sure wants to have a coup in Nigeria. Please, which group is that? As a group, I'm not saying all the people there do it, but the group that wants coup in Nigeria right now, I won't mention the name, just write in the comment section.
Why? What lessons were learned from what happened back in the day?
Exactly.
Because you didn't acknowledge, you didn't say
why?
It, so they didn't have to acknowledge anything.
No lessons were learned from what happened back in the day.
That's the issue.
Because you didn't acknowledge, you didn't say it, so they didn't have to acknowledge anything. So no lessons were learned, therefore they're going to repeat the same mistakes. That's the issue. You're trying to hide it because you're doing one Nigeria. Listen, I'm Yoruba. When we are done with all of these things, we're going to discuss about Balogun Derinlo. The book is, yeah, it's here. Balogun Derinlo by Niya Borishade. We're going to discuss this book. We know who messed up in our wars. Whether it's the one with Fulani. The Yoruba people that talk about Beboje, they were caught and beheaded.
You know what to say when Ibadan overdid themselves.
We tell that story to ourselves.
How Ekiti had to do what Ekiti had
Kirijiwo, we know what to say when Ibadan overdid themselves. We acknowledge it.
1892, Ijebu,
How Ekiti had to do what Ekiti had to do. We will say it. What happened in the Magbon War of 1892? Ijebu, British, Egba, Ibadan. We say what everybody did. Not to condemn them, but you have to, you can't be hiding these things. Because if you do, nobody learns anything. Therefore, they are condemned to repeating the history. That's not how to build a nation. Say one Nigeria. That's not one Nigeria. That's falsehood. And it's dangerous. So that in 2025,
exactly 60 years after the first school was planned,
60 odd years or thereabout, after the first school, as a matter of fact, exactly 60 years after the first school was planned, you see people from an ethnicity that dominated that coup who still wants to have another coup because nobody told them anything from the one that happened.
I'm not saying that the ones that planned all the coups in Nigeria.
And I'm not saying Igbos are the ones that have been planning coups all around. And I didn't even say Igbo. Now you write in the comment section. I'm not saying that the ones that planned all the coups in Nigeria, but the main one that changed the trajectory of Nigeria was planned in 65 and was executed in 66. And it was not the first one. It was actually the second one. The first one was in 64. It was planned by Ojukwu. And if you want the books, let me quickly say them. I mentioned them, so it doesn't look like I'm just making things up. Read Reminiscences by David Ejo. Read Emeka by Frederick Forsyth. Read Beckon to Serve by Shehu Shagari. Read The Forgotten Document of the Civil War by Ode of Famon. Read those four. What happened in 64? What happened between Azikiwe and Ojukwu? What was the plan to topple the government in favor of the Igbos in 64? Why did they stop? Who changed the game? Why did not do it anymore? Why did the 65 event come to be? Who was part of it? Who were the officers? Who were the civilians? How come every Igbo person that was a civilian had an alibi and an excuse? Every one of them had coincidences. Zeke just fell ill and he traveled to be treated in October of 65. He didn't come back until February of 66. We can sickness with that. I mean, may God give all of us healing and health in Jesus' name. Just conveniently left the country. The Minister of Transport, Mbadiwe, read the book by Frederick Forsyth, Biafran Story. He said, Mbadiwe ran across the open lawn and he ran into the residence of the president. And that was the only place the coup plotters did not think to search. Are we joking?
What was this man's name?
And then you talk about what's this man's name? What's this man's name? Okpara. Oh, like the older man that did a video. I'll still do that video. Maybe on Wednesday we'll respond to that video. Said, oh, American ambassador came to visit him. There was no American anywhere near Enugu. On January 15, 1966, there was no American. It was someone from Cyprus. Archbishop Macarius. And he did not move his entire life into Enugu. He came, he saw and conquered and left. When he left, what happened? There was no plan for Enugu, there was no plan for Benin, and the only reason is that both places had Igbo premiers.
All the officers.
Read the special branch report of 66, you will see these things there.
If you say, once you mention
all your officers, no officer from the east was killed, by the way, just to make it very clear. If you say, once you mention Nzogu, you start hearing that it's from the Midwest, it's not really Igbo. When you say no Igbo officer was killed, you say, but Unegbe was killed. Unegbe was from the Midwest as well.
A retinue of officers, do you think to kill any of them? Also had 5, they lost 4.
You had
6, we lost 2.
a retinue of officers. He didn't think to kill any of them. Hausa had 5, they lost 4. Yorubas had 6, we lost 2.
Was not Uzogu. And the reason Igbo say it's not Igbo is because they assume.
And I've said this several times. The planner of the coup was not Uzogu. And the reason Igbo say it's not Igbo is because they assume he's the one that planned it, and they hate the idea of responsibility. Say, oh, he's not really Igbo. Unegbe is not from Anambra State. This is not the place, please. Unegbe is from the Midwest. Oh, Uzogu? No, he's not really Igbo. Again, Uzogu is Igbo. He's from Okpana in present-day Delta State, and there's nothing wrong with him being Igbo. And I've said it several times. Of all the people that got involved in that coup, himself and Ademwega were the only real revolutionaries I can talk on. They were the only real revolutionaries. And what he did was terrible, killing a man that I could almost call him his benefactor, the Sadauna. But again, zeal without knowledge was a young man who wasn't thinking straight. But the ones that planned an ethnic coup, they succeeded. They succeeded, Monokai. They succeeded. Everything they wanted to see, they did. They saw it. And they had 2 plans. Either to have an Igbo become the head of Nigeria, that's an Igbo civilian, or to have an Igbo military officer become the head. And they got what they wanted. And if you think I'm lying, read the book I mentioned earlier. Who was going to be the head of Nigeria? He was actually Mbadiwe. That's why when he wrote his stupid book in 1989, calling Awolowo a tribalist, I was like, are these people drunk? He wrote a flimsy excuse of a book called The Rebirth of a Nation. Rebirthing nonsense. You, that on the 14th, you had a meeting. You had the was a Friday. On the 14th, you had a meeting with Tafawa Balewa. On the 15th, you were trying to take his place. On the 16th, you were crying that where is he?
And again, to be fair, a lot of young
people must think that, and this is the problem. We don't know what happened. That's why we always.
Why should they know?
And again, to be fair, a lot of young Igbos don't know either. Why should they know? So that you can taunt them? No. Not so you can taunt them, not so you can insult them, not so you can denigrate. No. So that we can all learn, so that we can all heal, and we'll never repeat those things again. That's why people say things like never again. It's not never again in terms of, I'll never forgive you. That's not the point. Never make the same mistake again. They had, we were looking for the Prime Minister on the 15th, the morning. Into the afternoon, they didn't find him. Said, we have to get the British to help us. The British said, we need you to write a letter. It has to be signed by the Prime Minister or an acting Prime Minister, somebody in that capacity. So what did they do? They reached out to the Senate President, who happened to be the acting president at the time. His name was Nwaafọ Orizu. That one has another story. We'll talk about it some other time. Nwaafọ Orizu refused to appoint Zanadip Charima, who by the way was a Kanuri man, and he was the most senior of all the parliamentarians in NPC, and NPC was a senior partner. NCNC was a junior partner, but guess what? NCNC said they wanted Kingsley Mbadiwe to become the Prime Minister. Of course, that made no sense. So what happened? A few hours later, they had guns pointing at them, telling them to give over power. And guess what happened? After they were made to give over power, the same one for reason now wrote a note and broadcast that they offered it, they transfer power willingly or voluntarily. Only for us to read the book by Shehu Shagari, who was in the room saying that we did not do it willingly. Then we now read Richard Akinjide's interview, and he said there was a gun. In fact, there were guns. The whole building was surrounded by soldiers. Coming from a person that was supposed to quell the coup, wasn't quelling any coup. He was taking advantage of the coup. You don't see. I can't say this is because if you are doing one Nigeria, you don't want unity. We want unity based on truth. Ironsi knew about it. He said it, and we have reports of those who were in the room with him when he said what he said. There was Gowon who was there. This is the book. If you want to read it, it's called Gowon, the biography of a soldier statesman, read it. You see what he said, what Ironsi said. Read the book by the first commander of Biafra military, Hilary M. Joku. He was there. He wrote a book. The book is called A Tragedy Without Heroes. He wrote what Ironsi said. Then read Reminiscences by David Ejo. He was also there. Ironsi pointed a gun at him and asked him if it was for him or against him. And David had to say, you know, you are our father. Those were his own words. You are our father. Whatever is the issue, we'll sort it. That's what he wrote in his own book. We don't discuss. We just have a group of people that always think they are the victim of everybody. And then you say, let us start from the program. Why should I start at the program? That doesn't make sense. You are starting with the effect, not with the cause. Cause and effect. Go to the root of the issue and ask relevant questions. Look at the actors, look at the characters. And by the way, what happened in August? Unacceptable. Cannot kill all the leaders of other regions apart from your own people. You didn't touch any leader, any politician from your region. Not a strand of hair was touched on their head. Apparently those ones are saints and anointed ones. Officers, you had so many officers, you didn't see anyone that you should be killing among them. You went to now kill 4 out of 5 senior officers that did not have at the time. And the only one that was not killed, the only reason he was not killed was because he returned to Nigeria a day before. Returned on Saturday, the coup was on Sunday. That was go on. All the senior officers were Yoruba that they could reach, they killed them. Ademulegun, Shodende. And by the way, just in case people think I'm making it up, the North, you can recite these names: Kal Mohammed, Memalari, Lagema, and Pam. Those were the 4 they killed from the North. Yoruba, they killed 2 out of 6. Some were not even in the country, thankfully. The one that said, oh, one of the other senior guys, Victor Banjo, who was doing okay, one Nigeria. Let's see how we can help our brother. Was reaching out to the north, to the west, to the east. Everybody, let's galvanize. Ironsi is the Oga now. He was doing that on Sunday. Monday morning, talking about me when I'm making money. Monday morning, no sit at home. He went to the office of his Oga. What's up? As our 2 people say, like this, you're gone, no. Took the gun from his holster. You read the book by Adeto Ogunshe. The book is called A Break in the Silence. They were going to kill him. According to that book, the only reason they didn't kill him was because there was somebody, a foreigner, in the at the reception, a guest. So what did they do? They picked the man that was running all over the place yesterday, Sunday or Saturday, Sunday, was running all around the place, making things happen for you. By Monday, you are locking him up in a ship. From there to Kirikiri, from there to Ikorekpene, from Ikorekpene to Enugu. That's Victor Banjo.
And then you now did all kinds of things. You fill the entire place with.
The other ones were not around. That's why they were not killed. You cannot have this kind of stories, and then you now did all kinds of things. You fill the entire place with Igbo. You abolished regionalism. You have young people today in 2025 who would die on the hill that Ironsi did not abolish regionalism. Even in the face of evidence, they will still tell you did not do it. Why? They were raised to hate the idea of responsibility.
Take over everywhere.
Abolish regionalism, unify the civil service, began to transfer people everywhere, take over everywhere. And by the way, you know what? I want to read an article. I know some people want to come up, but don't worry. It's Monday. We're going to have some time for you to speak. Just give me a minute. I want to read you an article. This is from an Igbo person, so you know it's even good. When they were ready to deal with folks later on, it was terrible, and like I said, it was bad. But you cannot act like, you know, whatever you do, I can't share that shake. Where did I put that document to? I saw it earlier. Umbo, Mario. Monday morning talking about me when I'm making money. The way this is come to my head, so I'm like, yes, this person's name is Professor Iechuku Madubike. I don't know, I cannot speak for the veracity of it, but I've seen it in different places and I've seen the man's picture attached, and this is what he said. This is simply the reason why Hausas, Yorubas, Edo, and the Niger Delta man will not trust the Igbo man at the center, and why the Hausas may not want to relinquish power in Nigeria. Any historian, everything he wrote is not correct, by the way. If he's wrong, I will let you know. Not because I know everything, but because we should not be spreading misinformation. Thank you. Any historians in the house to vet? Okay, so he says, do you know that when Tafawa Balewa was Prime Minister of Nigeria, Chief of Army Staff was from SE, Southeast, Chief of Naval Staff, IG of Police, Chief of Defense Staff, Internal Affairs Minister, External Affairs Minister, Education Minister, many other ministers from the Southeast, Parliament President, Unilag VC, that's Primary President was Nwafọ Unilag VC was Njoku, University of Ibadan VC, that was Kenneth Dike. The North resisted the same at ABU. By the way, ordinary change VC of Unilag, they call you Bible tribalist. May God forgive your elders if you are able here. You had the VC of Ibadan, who was not the most senior or the most qualified. There were Yoruba people who were better qualified. E.g., Professor Joseph. You put Igbo there. You went to Unilag, you put Igbo there. You were going to do the same thing in ABU. What kind of audacity is that? He says ambition. Okay. Kind of ambition that gets people killed. You now move away from there. They now said, oh, this man has served his term of 3 years. I don't even know if I'm going to read everything because it's too long. This man has served his term of 3 years. Now I want to put a Yoruba man there. Oh, Yoruba people are tribalists.
No, you can renew that term.
You are still in Ibadan. You just want to install someone else in. You have served his term. No, you can renew that term if you prove to us that you're not tribalist. And there's some of those young men I've heard people who have watered down history. One of those people was called Kyle Adams. You can read about him. Kyle Adams. He took a knife and stabbed Professor Bibaku, the Yoruba man who was supposed to be the VC of Unilag. Stabbed him. A Yoruba boy who has been brainwashed with all this stupid nonsense they call history to make people feel good. Because we are one Nigeria. You have a Yoruba boy who is doing Yoruba, but he will be an obedient today. Took a knife and stabbed a professor. Was taken to court. He then said he was insane. He must have been insane. They sentenced him to Yaba. He went to Yaba. Eventually came out. Guess what he did? He himself killed himself at Bar Beach much later. And that's the end of the that will make you become insane in the way you even relate with your own ethnicity, because you don't want to be seen as tribalistic. Guess what? When Eninjoku was removed from UNILAG, guess what happened? It was taken to UNN. It was the first indigenous VC of UNN. Was the same man that left UNILAG. Why did he not bring a Yoruba man to come and become the VC of University of Nigeria and Soka? Why? Or why not? If you let anybody gaslight you with all this half-baked Nigeria history, that's not your fault, though. Let me just read a few things. So he said, out of all the most senior officers in Nigeria, Southeast has this time region, actually, not Southeast. There was no Southeast at the time. Had 37, none was killed. 8 from the. By the way, no officer from the East was killed. Unegbe was from the Midwest, I should be saying. Author Unegbe was killed. It was Igbo, to be clear. It was Igbo. Some authors have said there was a personal vendetta between Anuforo and him and himself. They had an issue. I don't know, but it is what it is. Nigerian government said it was because he was the quartermaster and he had the keys to the armory, but other authors have said there was a personal vendetta. Make of that whatever you will. But the Eastern region had 37, none was killed. The North had 8. They went to 8 much later. They were not 8 at the time. All of them were killed. Not all of them were killed. Only 5. Not only 4 out of 5 were killed. 10 from the West. It was not 10 from the West. It was 6 from the West. 2 were killed. Ironsi imposed a unitary system of government on the country so that everything can belong to a region who snatched it. Guess where Ironsi got the idea from? He got it from NCNC politicians. How do I know it? How do I know this? Read Why We Struck by Adewale Ademuyiga. Then read Awolowo's autobiography, Papa's autobiography. Awo, the autobiography of Obafemi Awolowo. And read Nigerian history. There are other books. When did the idea of unitary system begin to gain traction in Nigeria? 1951. Where did it come from? Your guess is as good as mine. 15 years later, they implemented that thing through, you know what?
When we say NCNC,
through what's his name? Ironsi. So the unitary system was the Igbo plan. It was not. When we say NCNC, we're just being respectful. It wasn't even an NCNC plan. It was an Igbo plan.
the party founded in Yoruba land, hijacked by necessity, converted to an Igbo party, used to dominate even the Yoruba people in the party. To the point where
By ethnicity, converted to an Igbo party, used to dominate even the Yoruba people in the party. To the point where after Zik, the person that should have been the next, the vice president that should have been the president of the party, his name is Father Onsi. You can check these things. They bypassed him and went to pick an Igbo man who was already the head of the region in the eastern region. Michael Okpara. But no, you are the Yoruba person. You are a tribalist. You are a tribalist. Party will not be your own. No. However, Macaulay was the founder. Well, was the first president. It was a conglomerate or an amalgamation of sorts of 4 different groups. 3 of them clearly Yoruba. 1 was mixed. The 3, there was what's this party group called? Lagos Market Women Association, led by Alimoto Kwelewura. The remnants of NNDP, that was from 1993. Then the Student Union, and then now the TUC. Student Union was made of mostly Yoruba people. And you had TUC, Trade Union Congress. That was how NCNC was born. Zik becomes the head, and the only thing he had in mind, 1946, the only plan that Zik had was how to use that party to dominate Yoruba land so that he would be the one to head it. 1951, he tried it. He won an election to represent Lagos in Ibadan, our regional capital. He moved to Ibadan and then told them he wanted to be the head of everybody. They said no. That's how Awolowo became tribalist. Zik wrote something in his autobiography. I find it ridiculous. The book was published in 1970. The book is called My Odyssey. And I'll quote what he said. He said, I was under the impression that the NCNC will get 43 votes. Or 46, thereabout. The point I'm trying to make, he said, I was under the impression. How can you say people are tribalists because you were under the impression that you had won? I was under the impression that we had won the election. But they ended up getting 23 votes. And because he got 23 votes, everybody else was a tribalist because he was under the impression that he won. Read the book. It's called My Odyssey. That's his autobiography. He wrote it in 1970. I was under the impression that we won. That's the basis of everybody being tribalist. If you don't open the door for them, then that means that you're a tribalist. You know what, guys? Because I said it, and I think I had a bump somewhere. I want to read to you. Don't worry, we're all here together. All of these things do do not in any way, do not in any way mean that, we should lose empathy for people. Still be compassionate. Don't let your heart be hardened. Something bad happens to people, acknowledge it, but don't let people use that thing and weaponize your empathy to the point where they not ask you to be paying for waiting, collect. This is my odyssey. Towards the end of 1951, I stood for another election. This is from Zik. This time to the Western House of Assembly. To those who have been insulting me and said Zik did not go to Western House of Assembly, he was a federal. No. The constitution we used at the time was McPherson Constitution. You first go to the region. The region.
5 of them moved to Ibadan. 3 of them were supposed to now go.
Lagos were won by NCNC. 5 of them moved to Ibadan. 3 of them were supposed to now go and represent the area in the federal parliament. That became an issue later, but we'll talk about that. And Zik also didn't make that because he was not a good leader. Every book says the same thing about that. This is Zik himself speaking. Towards the end of 1951, I stood for another election, this time to the Western House of Assembly, as a representative of Lagos, under the McPherson Constitution, and I topped the poll. He didn't, but it's okay. The NCNC was under the impression that it had won. Actually, he was the one who was under the impression, because there's no way a party will be under the impression that they won when they had no members to even field. It's not today's topic, but maybe another day I will recommend a book by Abegunde. His name is Abegunde. Where he broke down that thing. I think we did a video on it on the channel. If you go and read, look for 1954. I'll show you a race on YouTube. Look for 1954. What Zik did in 54? I read some things from that book there. But let me read what he said. The NCNC was under the impression that it had won the election with 43 members out of 80. As it turned out, 20 of the legislators who were known or regarded as NCNC members or supporters or sympathizers decided to align themselves with another party. They got 23 votes, like I said, but in their minds they were under the impression that they had 43. Meanwhile, some of the other 20 he's talking about were not just members, members, supporters, sympathizers, whose name you did not even present to the electoral body before the election. That's another matter. We'll talk about it some other time. But the point I'm trying to make is that kind of mindset, where you say, I slept, I dreamt, I won. I woke up, he woke up, he lost. Therefore, all of us are tribalists. That's the mindset that people say carry. And the funny thing is, I even wrote a book, they will not read it. And someone said, like they say about the kitty. Yes, like they say about the kitty. If you don't vote for the Lord and Savior, you are a tribalist. Bunch of clowns. Where were we? Let me read something from this thing. We're going to bring people up very soon. I'm going to skip some paragraphs. I'm still reading the stuff by Professor Iyechukwu Mabudike, but I don't want to read everything because of time, just a bit of it. It says, shortly after the 1914 amalgamation of Northern and Southern Protectorates, it started getting clear that the country was bound to fail, as the amalgamation in question was done with colonial fiat, without the consent and consensus of the different tribes, which were over 300. I don't like the word tribes, but it's okay. This prompted the political leaders to start asking for the amalgamation so as to forestall the future danger which the forced amalgamation portended. To that end, Ahmadu Bello, speaking on behalf of the Northern Protectorate in 1944, described he's taking us out of this thing. He's taking us out of it. I think maybe another day we'll talk about it because it's going out of topic. I don't want to go with it. It doesn't make Igbos look good, by the way. So it's not like, but it's not to this topic. I don't think I should change the topic. The point I'm trying to make is that, back to what I was saying, Pastor Matthew. If you want to talk about Biafra, there's a book you should read. You can get it free of charge on Radio Me Global. The book is called Ojuku's Rebellion and World Opinion by Nebo Graham Douglas. The truth, and that's not the only source, but that one you should read, is that the people who died really primarily, and this is not to say that the people that kill people in the north did well. Folks who died because of one man's ambition. And the day Igbos wake up to that reality is the day they begin to have freedom. Until then, if it takes 100 years, that's 100 years of captivity, mental self-immolation, self-captivity. Nobody can change that one. It was a man's ambition. That's one. Number two, when I put this statement out the other day, somebody went out and said, oh, but also Igbos were killed by the Northerners. And I said, it is true. But the Igbos also killed Northerners. And he said, it's a lie. I said, okay. The number of sources I can provide. I'm going to read only one here. But I'll just quickly tell you the titles. Crisis and Conflicts in Nigeria by H.M. Kirk Green. The Nigerian Civil War by John Desenjo. And Sunset in Biafra by Leche Amadi. This is what really happened. The coup took place in January. An Igbo coup took place in January. We have to be very specific. An Igbo coup took place in January, unalived everybody's leaders but Igbo leaders. People did not do anything. January ends, February ends, March ends, April ends. Nobody did anything. May, they promulgated Decree 34. By the way, that decree did not have any committee sitting on it to even propose it. It was one-man committee. And the name of the man is Francis Nwokedi. Somebody with his surname had the F13 to counter me on Twitter. I was like, your name rings a bell. It rings a unitary decree bell. You cannot be carrying that kind of surname and be insulting people. It is well. Anyway, one-man committee, one-man mopo, they gave us the unitary decree. That was when people began to fight for the first time in the north. That was in May. But it was, settled. It was bad, by the way. A lot of Igbos were killed, but somehow they settled everything. By June, Ojukwu was already trying to break Igbos out of Nigeria. Not June of 67 or June of 1966. And this is how the author puts it. On or before June 7, 1966, Ojukwu began to talk about pulling the eastern region out of Nigeria. And the person who said it is his own, or was his own Attorney General, the Attorney General of the Eastern Region, Nebo Graham Douglas. It's in the book I mentioned earlier, Ojuku's Rebellion and World Opinion. July, the Northerners struck counter coup. They killed a lot of Igbo officers. And then they began to kill Igbo people. Terrible thing, should not have happened. But they said it was counter coup. We call it Northern counter coup today. And they did that in retaliation for what happened to their own men and all the tauntings they got from Igbos, whether in the streets, in the parks, in their offices, and even in the military. That started in Abeokuta, spread to Ibadan, where Ironsi and the Western Region governor was killed. That's Adekunle Fajuyi. A lot of people were killed in Abeokuta, in Ibadan, Ikeja, then later moved to the north in Kaduna. They were going to do it in Enugu as well, but there was a man called Baba Ogunewe. He's Igbo, but he was loved by northern officers. So somehow I was able to get them not to drop the key to the armory, and at the end they agreed that the northerners and the Igbos would guard the armory together, and that's why they didn't fight. Meanwhile, Ojukwu ran away. He ran away from the government house, went to the police headquarters in Enugu. Then he ran 69 miles away from that place to Onitsha. It was while he was in Onitsha that he carried phone. He was now calling Babafemi Ogundipe, stand your ground. The eastern region is behind you. He was hiding under a shoebox in Onitsha. So why didn't Ogundipe stand up for himself? The one that was facing gun. You were hiding. You are the one that has mouth. Like I always say, that man could run. Now, while all of that was going on, Igbos were being killed in different parts. Again, nothing can justify. I mean, not even the killing of the Sardauna can justify it, but it helps you understand why they did it. The Igbos started running home. Not all, but some of them began to travel. It was terrible. People actually sometimes without anything. When they got home, they told their people what happened in the north. The people heard the news and got mad. They began to kill Northerners in the east. And at this point, I'm going to read something to you. But you know why they also did it? It's not because they are evil people. They killed their brothers who ran to the east, and then this is what happened. I'm going to read from Crisis and Conflicts in Nigeria by A.H.M. Green. In Enugu, the attack on Northerners started on 15th of August. Igbo soldiers led the attack. About 630 Northerners were killed in the province, while 27 were seriously wounded. A northern boy 7 years old. By the way, I didn't read about the Igbos because we all know the story. Do you get? We all know the story of what happened with the Igbos. It's bad, gory, terrible. But we've heard the story a billion times. This one, most likely, I've not heard it once. So let's take it step by step. In Enugu, the attack on Northerners started on the 15th of August. Igbo soldiers led the attack. About 630 Northerners were killed in the province, while 27 were seriously wounded. A northern boy, 7 years old, was publicly slaughtered in the street by uniformed Igbo soldiers in the presence of another Northerner who was dressed like an Igbo and was thus able to escape detection. In Onitsha province, 30 Northerners were killed and 6 seriously injured. In Owerri too, where Northerners had lived for long and intermarried with the Igbos, they were attacked and killed in cold blood, despite assurances from the Igbo elders. Who was born there, his father having settled there 70 years ago. His father, chief of the Hausa community in Owerri, had been a customary court judge there for 37 years. He was killed at the beginning of the organized attack on Northerners in the presence of his son, who later managed to escape to Kaduna. In September, a very large number of those Northerners who had managed to reach Oboloafo on their way to the north were murdered. This atrocity was witnessed by some foreigners on the Otokpo-Onitsha road on their way to western Nigeria. Listen to what I'm about to read. And these eyewitnesses are believed to be one of the sources of information for the foreign broadcast of the atrocities. I'm going to come back to the foreign broadcast of the atrocities. I'll tell you the first foreign broadcast, where it came from. I'll read that later. I'll tell you later. In Port Harcourt, a house with a large number of northern women in hiding was attacked. The women were raped and beaten to death. People singing war songs slaughtered every northerner they could find in the street, and a number of those who were in hiding were killed quietly by their neighbors. During the evacuation, a train driven by an expectorate carrying about 2,000 northerners from Port Harcourt was stopped at Imo River by Igbo soldiers. 2,000 northerners. Suddenly, Igbos, armed with deadly weapons, rushed out from the bush and attacked the passengers. Every adult male northerner on the train was killed and the body thrown into the river, while children and the young women were captured and taken into slavery. The few survivors were eventually admitted into Otokpo and Makurdi hospitals. While all this was happening, some foreigners, especially at Oboloafo, saw what happened. The news traveled to Cotonou, Radio Cotonou, Benin Republic. Radio Cotonou then broadcast it from Benin Republic, Dahomey at the time. The news then got to Kaduna. Kaduna Radio then translated it into English and Hausa because those was broadcast in French. Folks in the streets of Kaduna and other parts of North Nigeria then heard the news that their own people were being killed in the eastern region, thousands of them. They heard it in English and in Hausa. They then began to kill more Igbos. And this went on until probably the end of the year. By October, the Eastern region published a pamphlet. I'm going to read something from that in the book by John de St. John. But I think I should start from a particular... Let me go back just a bit because it's important to also acknowledge the evil that happened to the Igbos. This book is called The Nigerian Civil War by John de St. John. While nothing can excuse or condone the terrible wrong done to the Igbos in the north, Ojukwu, the Eastern government, and later Biafra supporters played an irresponsible numbers game with the death toll of the October massacres, converting it into one of the holiest of the Civil War's myth. Ojukwu himself escalated the figure on 4 separate occasions, without apparently anyone noticing. In the foreword of the Eastern Region's booklet, Pogrom, he spoke of, quote, more than 7,000 dead. That's what he said. More than 7,000 Igbo people were killed. There were thousands of the Northerners, but we've already read about those ones. Well, not so much, just one source. There are other sources. Trains also carry a lot of dead people to the north, by the way. But also happened to the Easterners returning from the north. It was terrible on all fronts. But it says here that Ojukwu, the Eastern government, and later Biafran supporters, played an irresponsible numbers game. When they first brought out the document around October, towards the end of the year, they published a booklet called Pogrom. The booklet was published by the Eastern region, and Ojukwu wrote there that more than 7,000 people died.
After all the casualty returns were in.
At the Aburi conference in January 1967, long after all the casualty returns were in,
By the time the war was underway,
he said 10,000 had died.
these are
By the time the war was underway in 67, these had leapt up to 30,000, the figure most often used by Biafran propaganda, e.g. Chino Achebe, e.g. Frederick Forsyth. They used the 30,000 figure. And I'll take that again. By the time the war was underway, these had leapt to 30,000, the figure most often used by Biafran propaganda and most often accepted unthinkingly by outsiders, including I hasten to add myself. The author also believed that. He said the figure 30,000 is the figure most often used by Biafran propaganda and most often accepted unthinkingly by outsiders, including, I hasten to add, myself. And then in the Ahira Declaration, Biafra's Blueprint for Revolution, published in June 1969, he claims 50,000 were killed. The true figure will probably never be known, but most reliable estimates converge on something between 6,000 and 8,000. Although Ojukwu's Aburi figure might just be within the realms of possibility, several hundred Northerners were killed in reprisals in the east. Somebody wrote me a message yesterday and said, over 30,000 Igbos were killed. I said, listen, Igbos were killed. Unfortunate, it's terrible, but where did you get this number from? He couldn't answer. So I told him where he got it from. And then I asked him. So then he asked me, said, so the one I'm saying, where did I get it from? So which numbers? Okay, he said, which numbers? What's the figure that I believe is the right one? I didn't tell him anything. I just said, listen, he said this in October, he said this in January, he said this in May, he said this in June 69. Which one is true? He has not answered me till now. Listen, the way propaganda works is this: because you have to be a demon to not acknowledge that a lot of Igbos perished. Because you must have compassion as a human being. That's a human being that died. You must feel that as a human being with blood coursing through your veins. How people died. But because you are emotionally attached to that, which is normal and which is okay, you become susceptible, right, to manipulation. So you don't know when they are giving you 4 different figures about a particular incident. That's what Juku did about those people who died. Did they die? Yes. Were there so many? Listen, if one person dies, I always say, I say this in a lot of, I say it a lot. A person dying is one too many. Nobody should even die to start with. Having said that, you can't be changing numbers every market day because you want to get us to, and he did, and he was successful. He propagandized the entire world that Europe believed him until they stopped believing when they saw what really happened. I will talk about that some other time. All of that to say this: we can acknowledge what happened to the Igbos. We can even show empathy and ask what can be done to make life better for them, like we did in 1970, by the way. Our parents sent money, sent clothes, sent food, not government, parents. Our parents returned buildings that in other parts of the country were taken over. We returned them to the eastern region to help take care of the people as we should. Can more be done? More was done, more can still be done. You know, a lot of money was given to the eastern region. Forget 20 pounds, much more than that. Millions of pounds went to the eastern region. I've talked about it several times, not today. There was 3.5 billion, there was 5 billion there was money in Azikiwe's bank that was put there just because of Igbo traders. Yet in 2025, they look at you and curse Awolowo. There's nobody in Nigerian political history that curses Awolowo that will ever do good in life. Especially if you benefited from his benevolence, you will not do good in life. And if you like, continue. You can have money, it will disappear in the middle of your days. Because there's no way his own people, his own children have to now apologize for what Ojukwu did and ran away with your money. But Yoruba, young Yoruba people have to be the ones to apologize and say, it's not really Awolowo's fault. Let us explain. I don't explain nothing to anybody. The man went beyond anything anybody should do in that case. Even America did not do what Awo made Ogowon do. Not 1 cent was given to anybody in the South after the American Civil War. You do it in Nigeria, they'll say curse you. If you curse him, and your parents or anybody in your family benefited from his benevolence and you curse Awo, you are cursed. By the way, I take his matter very personally. Because if a people succeed in demonizing Awo, we are gone for Yoruba land. We are done for. That's a heritage that we guard. Not because if he did something wrong, we'll tell you what he did wrong, and we have said this several times. But on this matter, nobody comes close to his benevolence and his magnanimity, and people who should be grateful continue to curse him. They are cursed. I hope they change so they can be blessed. If you keep cursing him, you will be cursed. Your land also will feel it. Because the things that they did for you, I wish I could read some of the things that they did. You know what, guys? Because somebody might watch this video, I will not watch another video that I've made. Let me read some to you from what Awolowo did, and then we'll call it a day. I'll bring people up. I'm going to read from. He had an interview in 1983. I'm saying this. I'm telling myself where to go to find what I'm looking for. Campaign 1983 campaign was in Abeokuta. That's the keyword. It was in Abeokuta, and he granted an interview. And let me say this: if you say this out of ignorance, you won't be cursed, but you have to get knowledge. If you know this thing, after knowing it, if you curse him, you are cursed. That's the only leeway I can give. Nah, not that one. Not that one. Not that one. Not that one. Good. Good. Where is some to you? I'm going to read from 2 books. Let me read this one first. This is how. During the war, I saw to it that the revenue which was due to the Igbo land, southeastern states they call it then, or East Central, by the way, sorry, at that time, East Central state. Again, East Central state. We call it Southeast now, but it was East Central state at the time. During the war, I saw to it that the revenue which was due to the Igbo land, at the time East Central state, I kept it. I saved the money for them. And when they were liberated, I handed over the money to them, millions. If I decided to do so, I could have kept the money away from them. And then when they took over, I saw to it that subvention was given to them at the rate of £990,000 every month. That's about £1 million a month. I didn't go to the Executive Council to ask for support or for approval because I knew if I went to the Executive Council at that time, the subvention would not be approved because there were more enemies in the Executive Council for the Igbos than friends. And since I wasn't going to take a percentage from what I was given to give them, and I knew I was doing what was right, I wanted the states to survive. I kept on giving the subvention, 990,000, almost £1 million every month. And I did that for other states, of course, southeastern states, North Central states, Kwara, and so on. But I did that for the Igbos. And when the war was over, I saw to it that the ACB got £3.5 million to start with. What's ACB? That's Azikiwe's bank, African Continental Bank. I saw to it that the ACB got £3.5 million to start with. Why? Is right here. This was distributed immediately, and I gave another sum of money. The attitude, I'll explain, you see the why very soon. The attitude of the experts, officials at the time of the ACB was that ACB should be closed down. And I held the view you couldn't close the ACB down because that is the bank that gives finance to the Igbo traders. And if you close it down, they will find it difficult to revive or to survive. So it was given. I did the same thing for the Cooperative Bank of Eastern Nigeria to rehabilitate all these places. And I saw to it as Commissioner for Finance that no obstacle was placed in the way of the Ministry of Economic Planning in planning for rehabilitation of the war-affected areas. Who talks about these things? Nobody. Just find a way to curse Awo. You cannot curse him and live a good life. I'll read something to you from Gowon's biography. Does this mean that more cannot be done? More can be done for Eastern region. More can be done for every part of Nigeria, to be fair. It's not even about Eastern region alone. Many places are without stuff. But the idea that nothing was done is a sin against God. I'm going to try and get that page. This book is called Gowon, the biography of a soldier statesman. I read some things that Nigeria did. Very quickly, shall. One of the most immediate tasks which confronted Gowon after the Civil War was that of organizing emergency relief supplies. By the way, there's a man I think we should have a session on. The man's name is, I've mentioned the name a number of times. You know, I think I should do a session on him. And if you're Igbo here, please, from my heart, please read about Ukwabi Asika. And look for this speech called Enough is Enough. You'll find it in Crisis and Conflict in Nigeria, Volume 1 or 2, one of those two. You'll find it there. The book was written by A.H.M. Kirk Green. Enough is Enough. I wish I could read it tonight, but there's no time. Maybe I'll do it on Wednesday if our conversation goes in that direction. But please read about him. He was the one that helped to start rebuilding the East Central state in 1968, even before the war was over. Although they hate him, but I hope this generation will not hate him. Why? So that he can heal. You cannot be an ingrate and survive life. Even if you have money, I'm happy wise, and you'll be spending it on needless disease because you are filled with hate for no reason. Let me mention something he did. So he was a lecturer in Ibadan, by the way. He had traveled sabbatical by the time he got back to Nigeria, to Ibadan. You know, he couldn't go to the east. Eventually, he was recommended by Olusegun Obasanjo. If you read Obasanjo's book, My Command, you see how Obasanjo recommended him to Gowon. Then Gowon appointed him as administrator of the East Central state. We're not going to talk about him today. Many Igbos returned after the war to huge sums of money, which helped to resettle them. let me go straight to the part what I was reading there. One of the most immediate tasks which confronted Gowon after the Civil War was that of organizing emergency relief supplies to the ordinary man emerging from the war. The federal government, through the National Commission for Rehabilitation and the Nigerian Red Cross Society, performed admirably well. They fed, clothed, and provided medical care for the ordinary citizen. Their work was made a bit easier by the cooperation of individual Nigerians and state governments all over the country who donated food, cash, and other forms of aid towards providing relief for their brothers. These are the same people that they curse today. Thus, by the end of the war, Nigeria had confidence to tell the world that what she needed was not food. The Nigerian Red Cross was feeding about 700,000 people daily in the eastern states. It had also stockpiled 13,000 tons of food and was assembling another 7,000 tons by the end of January 1970. As Nigeria's Commissioner for Information, Chief Anthony Enaro, clearly pointed out in January 1970, Nigeria's immediate needs were for assistance aimed at solving acute transportation problems and reopening public utilities and restoration of social services, not food. Britain's offer of 20 vehicles was very helpful at this stage of relief operations. In his broadcast at the end of the war, Gowon had called for volunteers, doctors, nurses, engineers, technicians, builders, plumbers, mechanics, administrators, and skilled hands. In a short time, 15 doctors and 50 nurses were rushed to the Igbo heartland to embark on mercy operations alongside 900 Nigerian Red Cross officials and 114 Red Cross officials in addition. And 114 foreign Red Cross officials. So they had 900 Nigerian Red Cross officials and 114 foreign Red Cross officials. In addition, the federal government made available 2 million naira, that is 1 million Nigerian pounds then, for relief activities. This thing is Oppo. By the end of 1971, I'm jumping pages because of time. By the end of 1971, quite an appreciable amount of work had been done with regard to rehabilitation, reconstruction, and resettlement. About 120 million naira worth of cash and materials had been expended on rehabilitation work in Nigeria within the period 1970 to 1971. The value of assistance from abroad was estimated at 64.6 million naira. Federal government rehabilitation and special currency grants totaled 33.14 million naira. The University of Nsukka received 12 million naira for its reconstruction. There is no federal presence. Your mouth. University of Nigeria Nsukka received 12 million naira for its reconstruction, while 6 million naira was spent on rehabilitation of industries. The African Continental Bank was granted 5 million naira for its reopening. Thus, with massive federal aid, external assistance, and efforts of the people of the war-affected areas in self-help, it acknowledged what the Igbos also did for themselves, Nigeria recovered faster than could have been expected. Later, in 1970, Gowon's attention turned to the political and administrative program of the military. Still basking in glory and popularity, a young, happy, and assiduous Gowon approached Nigeria's 10th independence anniversary, October 1, 1970, with hopes and high aspirations. In a lot of ways, he captured and encapsulated the hopes and aspirations of Nigeria in his broadcast to the nation on this memorable occasion of Nigeria born again and grilled, of a Nigeria born again and grilled through the crucible of its own blood. It was a Nigeria transformed from a mere geographic expression to an organic living entity, nurtured and given meaning to by the supreme sacrifice of Nigerians. That's not all Nigeria did, by the way. We cannot, in 2025, bear Ojuko's burden and apologize for what we're not responsible for. Not what neither we nor our parents were responsible for. Know the true history. And while I respect Pastor Matthew, I think he's one of the fathers of faith. He's someone to emulate in terms of, faith, investment in real estate. He has done fantastically well. The real estate sector is building Macarius, the luxury place. even at this age in his 70s, is coming up with new vision and new dream. So it's somebody that I really, really respect. However, when it comes to this Nigerian history, you cannot start Nigeria's history with program. And even that program, you have to understand what it really means. We should have empathy for all Nigerians, particularly the Igbos, because of what they suffered. We should have compassion as human beings, as Christians, especially for those of us who are Christians. We should have compassion, but to not be manipulated because of compassion. And the only reason you'll be manipulated is because you are ignorant. And I hope none of us is ignorant. Love people, have compassion, but don't let anybody gaslight you with some sob stories and say, see what you did to me. I didn't do anything to you. I feel sorry for what you went through. My parents helped. That's a flex. My parents actually supported you. I'm not using that to demean or put you down. I'm just acknowledging what my parents did. I can also help wherever I think you need help. But don't blackmail me. I don't owe you anything. Apart from love and respect. I don't owe you. No, you don't owe me anything either. But I believe that whatever I'm supposed to do, I will do as a good citizen and a good person. But don't blackmail anybody in this country. That's about it. Thank you very much for listening to that very long response to that video. May God bless Nigeria. May God bless Igbo people, Yoruba people, TV people, Idoma, Hausa, Fulani, Ibibio, Efik, Anang, Oron, Pachama, Langtang, Angas, rather. Everybody. God bless everybody. In Jesus' name. Amen. Thank you very much for listening. And if I came across harsh earlier, I had to. If you feel bad, that's very good. Go and study. And let's take responsibility. There's something to apologize for. People should stop disturbing the rest of the country with. And lastly, if you say you want to leave Nigeria, please pack your bags and go. You don't have any right to be blackmailing us with I want to leave. When you left, Nigeria did better. If you leave, Nigeria will do better. If you stay, we'll find a way to make it work. But if you want to go, get on the next bus. May God bless you. May God keep you. You have a safe trip. In Jesus' name. Amen. I see some people in the comment section. Let me bring them up. And then we'll have some responses before we close the session for today. There's Ibo Jinojo trying to come up. If you're trying to come up, please send your request. I'll bring some people up because it would be nice to hear other people's voices as well. Good evening, Ibo Jinojo. I can't hear you. Hello? Something. Okay, I can't really hear him. They said I should bring somebody up that time, Abi. I'm sure I would have left by now. Those ones that's not somebody I would like to hear the truth, so must have left. So let's go to Ole Comrade. Hello, can you hear me? Comrade, please go on, and then we'll have more situation. Thank you, Comrade. So let me read something. Let me read some comment section. I can't hear you, but let me read something from YouTube. Someone says, "Are you trying to say that Igbos are cursed?" How would you hear everything I've said since and you think what I meant is that Igbos are cursed? Like, how are you thinking? Anyway, he says, "Are you trying to say that Igbos are cursed?" I don't think so. Take a look around yourself and tell yourself the truth. Your youths are everywhere doing nothing, only chasing vehicles and tricycles. Everything I said right now, the only thing you can get is the fact that I say you are cursed. You are cursed. It's Green's life. You are cursed. And I'm not cursing you. I'm announcing where you are. Like, you are cursed. Now I'll tell you why. If everything I say right now, you think I'm saying that Igbos are cursed, then you are the one that's cursed. I don't think Igbos are cursed. But I think if a person decides to not just be an ingrate, but demonize his benefactors, that person is cursed. The question is that, are you demonizing your benefactors? You are demonizing your benefactors, so you are definitely cursed. The other thing you said, take a look around yourself and tell yourself the truth. Your youths are everywhere doing nothing. You see, there are five states in the Southeast. I've been to 4 of them. I've been to Imo. I spent days. Imo, Anambra, Abia. Abia is even close because when I was 7, we used to go to Abia. We used to go to Abia.
Abia, Anambra, Enugu, and Imo. The number of boys roaming the streets in your place, it is well. Don't be doing this and see people don't know what's happening at home. You are good, they are worse than anything. If you carry a bag of rice, each bridge furniture, you must pay. Don't be stupid. Do you have young people chasing tricycles? Yes, I do. They are working. It's the informal sector. Is that the best we can have for them? Of course not. Is that all my youth do? Well, if that's all my youth do, you'll not be coming to my region to be begging for crumbs. The tech sector, who are the people dominating the tech sector? How many unicorns do we have in Nigeria? Name the names of those who own those unicorns. The same person that is running after tricycles. You are dumb. Not you, I'm talking to the clown that has called himself doing his life. You are an embodiment of curses, and it's a shame. May God deliver you at some point in your life. I don't think you are ready for it right now, but I hope that one day you'll find healing. All right, let's listen to people that actually came up to speak. Thank you very much. Please go on. If I don't hear you, I'll find a way. Maybe it's my cable. Olale, please go on, sir.
Okay, ẹ kálẹ́ prof, ẹ kú àtàárọ̀, ẹ kú iṣẹ́. Ọlọ́run a máa ṣé ń gbọ́ mi? Ṣé ń gbọ́ mi sir? Okay. Ọlọ́run a túbọ̀ máa sọ agbára dọ̀tun. All right. Ọlọ́run a sọ agbára dọ̀tun.
Àmì ẹ ṣé o.
Nǹkan méjì ni mo fẹ́ touch. And the first one is about the record you gave on how Nigeria fared during the war. Something happened about, I think, Nígbà President Buhari, may God forgive him. There is this one of the presidential candidates of a party, the very popular party. I don't want to mention the name of the party. Immediately, during the first tenure of Buhari, before the coming back of President Muhammadu Buhari, so he now said something that this is a big guy. In abroad, so he said he wanted to go into production of diapers. So he now called some of his friends that ẹ Nigeria ká dá company tó máa produce the diapers fún àwọn ọmọ Nigeria, fún àwọn èèyàn ká dẹ̀ ṣe lówó kékeré. This is a Yoruba. The man is from Ekiti State. He's one of presidential candidates, but now he's in Tinubu's government now as I think SA on economic affairs. So he has these thoughts. So he was now gisting us how terrible these guys can be. Wọ́n ní òun call àwọn friend wọn pé káwọn jọ dá company yẹn lẹ̀ táwọn máa ṣe diapers. You can't imagine. Okay, táwọn bá tiẹ̀ fẹ́ ṣe something like that. This is somebody that understand how economy is run. So he said they want to find people that are in the business to actually do a kind of visibility study. So when they got to Alaba International, they met these Igbo guys that this is what we want to do, and we know that you guys have been running similar business. We advise Wuni only prefer one, and they said this Igbo guy told them that why are they suffering themselves? Let them go and buy one of the popular diapers like Movies. They will now rename those ones. You can imagine, and this is what this my boss said pissed him off, and he just told those guys that guys, please by the time tí a bá lọ káwá kọ́ lọ bá market ẹlòmíì jẹ́, So what the guy advised that they should go and get a ready-made product. They will now remove the name of that company, then put their own name on it. So àwọn kan release our guys and these are many things tí wọ́n ń ṣe. So anybody tí these are àwọn Yorùbá ní àwọn people tí wọ́n tán ní vision pé okay kí ni nǹkan tá lè ṣe láti fi help àwọn èèyàn wa and see what at the end of the day nǹkan tí ẹnìyẹn provide as advice. So in their own case thank God kò sí anybody tó lè fi kíní bò wá lójúmọ́, gbogbo wa náà láti rí nǹkan tó ń ṣẹlẹ̀. So that is case tí wọ́n ní aside. Then secondly sir, nípa ọ̀rọ̀ ó ṣe oúnjẹ Christmas or no Christmas, that news tẹ̀ sọ earlier. As a Muslim, I would really love tí ẹ bá lè study iṣẹ́ mọ̀. The other time I spoke, we were talking about the Shia and the Sunni. Ó máa dùn mọ́ mi gan tẹ́ bá lè study nǹkan tó ṣẹlẹ̀ láàrin, I mean what actually led to Shia and the Sunni, because these are the two major kini immediately after the prophet death. Àwọn méjì yìí ni now tẹ́ bá rí anybody tó bá tilt towards pé we have understanding of the Holy Quran and what Allah said in the Holy Quran about the people of the book, which are the Jew and the Christians. The kind of relationship the Quran established pé Muslim gbọ́dọ̀ ní pẹ̀lú wọn tó wà glaring, but I don't know because of this issue of Wahhabism. Ọkàn bastardize gbogbo àárín yẹn tó dé ibi tí mo lọ bẹ̀ ni pé a Shiite will not condemn a Christian and the Jew. Yes, and on the traits, mo ti listen sí Zakzak is a Shiite. Now mo ti listen sí lecture rí tó ń sọ wípé the Tijaniyas they are supposed to be a Shiite to the core, but they call them Dan Tijara instead of Dan Tijaniya, which is a son of Tijaniya. They now call them Dan Tijara. That is a trader, a son of a trader. That Tijara actually means trading in Arabic. So MRB change nomenclature kan. Instead of Dan Tijani, I want to put Dan Tijara. Okay, they're actually doing business because they see themselves as, I mean, the Shiite now, they see themselves as those that are on the path of Ali. And every Torika, both Qadiriya, Tijaniya, and people that, especially those that use rosary, àwọn tó máa ń lo tẹ̀sùbá, tó máa ń ṣàskar gan, gbogbo àwọn yẹn, they are under.
Kì í ṣe gbogbo Muslim ló ń lo tẹ̀sùbá ni.
No, kò ń ṣe gbogbo Muslim. Hardly you see a Sunni. Hardly you see a Sunni kó lo tẹ̀sùbá. Hardly.
Ẹjọ́ náà, wà táwọn ń dàgbà. Gbogbo Muslim wa ló ń lo tẹ̀sán tó ń lọ tó àṣàrò dín òun lọ àwọn Islam o.
Because nítorí wípé kò tíì sí Wahhabism ò tíì spread débi bí òun ni gbogbo àwọn tí wọ́n ń ṣe Islam ń gbà yẹn tá a mọ̀ ń gbà tá a ń dàgbà yẹn they are all Torika ni gbogbo wọn.
Kí ló ń jẹ́ Torika?
Òun ni you have them Tijaniya. That is Sufism generally, because Sayyidina Ali is a Sufi person. So and Sufism yẹn làwọn Shiite náà dúró lé lórí.
Okay.
So what?
Okay. Within Shiite now there are sects.
Yeah. So basically nǹkan tí so gbogbo àwọn tí wọ́n wà under Shiite Ali yìí sìn lè rí kankan nu wọn kó condemn Christian or condemn a Jew. Or condemn wípé ẹ má jẹ oúnjẹ Christmas or ẹ má ṣe kinní kan. And before I go, sir, the way I grew up in the front of my father's house in Lagos, the house is a Christian house. Anytime tán bá ti fẹ́ ṣe nǹkan, àwa la máa lọ bá wọn pa because they understood it. Wípé ẹ wá bá wa pa ẹran wa so that you guys can take from it. Táwa náà bá dẹ̀ pa ẹran nú ọdún, my dad will ask me to give to them. So nǹkan tí a mọ̀ tá a dàgbà bá nílẹ̀ Yorùbá nìyẹn, and it's not against the principle of Islam, honestly. So may God Almighty see us through, sha. Thanks for.
Yeah, I mean, thank you very much, my brother. Thank you so much. And it's true. I mean, I also grew up in a traditional Yoruba community, and right in front of our house, Muslims were living there. Adjacent Muslims, beside our house Christian, beside here Christian. But yeah, we had Muslims. Then we had, during Christmas. I don't know about you, but when I grew up, my mother had trees. A tree. They now put food in the trays, right? Different plates. You now can't meet one allergy down there. They are Muslims, though. This is Christian and Easter. Sorry, Christmas and Easter. In fact, the popular down the street, Baba Lati, you take food there, they give you money, you take it back.
They give you money.
Then you take, and when it's Ilea, all the Muslims, whether it's the one in front of our house or the one down, they will bring it to you. Your parents will give them money, then you collect food, you have meat. The truth is, if you don't want to eat something, don't eat it. But all this thing where, and by the way, as Christians, the Bible talked about even food offered to idols, if it doesn't affect your faith, you can eat it. That's even Christian. Forget Yoruba culture now. But Yoruba culture, I don't know when I know when this thing started, but it's unnecessary, really. Like, I don't see any. Tẹ́lẹ̀ bá ń ṣe nǹkan, wọ́n á ṣe. Ìyá bàbá mi, sorry, ìyá mi wasn't even but the same orisha as bàbá ìyá mi. Tó bá ṣọdún tí wọn, kọ́ tó máa fi ṣe wọ́n á jọ ṣe, tó máa ṣe tí bàbá kọ́ tó fi ṣe wọ́n á jọ ṣe, ogun wọ́n á jọ. Bí yóò bá ṣe rí nìyẹn, we have to keep that. We can't afford to lose it because of religious extremism and fundamentalism. But maybe one of these days we'll have that session, comrade, and you also be able to help us understand some of these things about the changes that we've seen in Islam. We're still on Christianity, but if you notice today I didn't talk about it because I went to just do this matter arising, and we're taking a break. We'll go back to it maybe on Wednesday or Friday, but we'll do Islam at some point, and it'd be nice to have you on that topic. Thank you very much. Let's go. Sorry, before I go to Mark tuition, there's a comment here by New Era on YouTube. It says every region had its own constitution before General Ronsi landed on them and unilaterally imposed a unitary constitution on Nigeria. That's true. Mombo, one says Ladipo supermarket is dominated by Igbos, but the supermarket at Gate in Ibadan is dominated by Yoruba. So also especially about spare parts trading that only one child is specialist in it. God bless you. God bless you. God bless you. Let me say one more time. Gate Ibadan. Yoruba. And they bring things from abroad. They also make things that they also do their own. All this. There's no divine grace upon say you are the one that be selling spare parts. And like I always say, I grew up in Ibadan. Ibadan serves many of the cities and towns in the western region. They don't even have to get to Lagos. Whether it's for clothing, they'll go to Gbagi. If it's for spare parts, they'll go to Gate. If it's for provision, they'll go to Agbeni or Ogunpa. The idea that if it's for footwear, they go to Old Ogunpa. If it's the idea that Ginikon is it's insulting because it makes you look as if you were doing nothing until you just came. And by the way, a connection, election lawyer is for if you're buying decoration, paints, things like that. Election lawyer market in Ibadan. People will travel from different parts of Western region to those places, including Lagos too. But mostly from other states, including your state and other states in Western region, will travel into that place to go and buy things. The point is, our relationship is just about 100 years old. If you are saying you cannot live without, how about the ones you've been working with for centuries? Everything you want to buy, right? There's nothing that you have to go to a place where an Igbo person. I mean, it would be nice to trade with Igbo people. That's not the problem. The point is just that to say things like, "Oh, how are we going to survive without them?" It's insulting. Ṣọ́ọ̀jálẹ̀ tàrí ni àbí kí gangan ni? Is it Jebu man that did not trade, or people in Ife that have been trading since the 9th century, having international trade all the way to Mali and Burkina Faso and Senegal? In the 10th century AD, they are the ones that don't know how to trade until they travel to. Again, everybody is blessed, but the idea of self-deprecation, where you put down yourself to make another person feel comfortable because we're all one Nigeria, that thing is not happening again in Yoruba land. If you are blessed for yourself. It's not that I have to now reduce what I have because I want to make you feel comfortable. You should be comfortable in who you are, not in me making myself smaller. Unless you have inferiority complex, and that's your own problem. May God help you fix it. I'll read some of the other responses later. Let's have math tuition, and I'll read some things from YouTube later. Math tuition, good evening. We can't hear you. I think you have network issues. Ibo Jinodo, are you there? Okay, you're back. Math tuition, you're back. Evening, Chief. Ẹkáàbọ. I think we're having issues. He's having issues with his network.
Olotu, can you hear me?
His network is bad. He has one bar. I'll take you down because you can't hear me. I could hear you, but you couldn't hear me. So maybe you send your request again. Ibo Jinodu, are you there? We're wrapping up now. It's already 9 o'clock. I'm 1 hour behind. I mean, I don't take 1 hour. So we have to wrap up in the next 10, 15 minutes. All right, Mark Tuition, please go on now.
Okay, multi-swap device. Olotu, Ekale.
Ekale.
Epele, Ekusheni.
Yes, sir.
Would you use to count down there? Would you mean you left on it?
I'm not doing Jare. Can you hear me?
No.
Please power tap on TikTok. This is showing activity on TikTok. Please power tap.
Okay, sure. I'm doing that.
When I first started talking about this thing, I was actually very angry. I was angry because Agbalagba ni wọ́n mi lè sọ pé báyìí ni wọ́n, but ọ̀rọ̀ yẹn ó rí bákan.
No. See, when Pastor Matthew, we all love him and we all celebrate him. And this is why, like you said, pé àwọn bàbá náà lọ sọ pé ọmọdé gbọ́n àgbà gbọ́n la fi dá Ilé Ifẹ̀. So, and this is what this whole session is about. Ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ wa àmọ́ history wa. And it's a tiny snippet. So irú session tá à ń ṣe yìí, tá à ń kàwé, tá à ń lọ sí archive, tá à ń lọ sí library, tá à ń ka ìwé mẹ́wàá papọ̀, tá à ń string ẹ̀ papọ̀ like a work of art. So you can have a fuller picture. It's a fantastic resource. So iṣẹ́ tẹ̀ ń ṣe yìí is a big work. So Pastor Matthew is not somebody that you say pé kò. Pastor Matthew is erudite. He's scholarly. He's advanced. He's well read. Check it me. So it's ọ̀rọ̀. It's not because he did it. It's not because he's a bad person. It's just because one ní fuller understanding. One tí ìkàgbà wọn wé yẹn táwa ṣe kàwé. His personal experience is very useful, very good, but it's a snippet of a wider picture. You get me?
Absolutely.
And because we need understanding thing as a historian, you are a stronger and an authoritative person in this area than he is. So by virtue of your expertise and experience, Emma Moju Wolo. So and I think your disposition to address it is a useful thing because ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ èèyàn ló ń gbọ́ nǹkan tí Pastor Matthew ń sọ, and if you hear that now and you run with that, you have run away with misinformation, you have run away with incomplete knowledge, and we now perpetuate the same problem. Number two, the Yoruba people, the Yoruba nation, the Yoruba people need to start shouting that by the grace of God, we are very hospitable. À ń gbàyàn lálejò, à ń fúnyàn nílẹ̀. Oore la ṣe fáwọn ará Nàìjíríà tó wá gbé nílẹ̀ Yorùbá. À ń láti máa kọ́ lórin, à ń láti máa parọ́ ẹ̀ from the mountain top ni. Because tá a bá ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀, before you know it, nǹkan tẹ́ ń gbọ́ ní deprecation tí pásọ̀ sọ yẹn náà lè máa gbọ́. No, a ṣe yín lóore ni. A fún yín lọ́jà láti pọ̀, kò sí pé a lè ṣe ọjà láti pọ̀ fúnra wa. A fún yín lóore ni kẹ́ lè róúnjẹ jẹ, kẹ́ lè ráṣọ wọ̀. It's a fact, and we need to be reading again and again what Major Panam said and what the Baba from the Midwest said in his lecture. People need to know these things. This is where you are coming from. We need to be reading the book of Ajayi Crowther. Nígbà tó lọ sí East, tó lọ sódìjà, tó bá wọn in the state, tó bá wọn sí. Àfi tẹ́bẹ́lì èèyàn. We need to see the history by the grace of God. Ọlọ́run lò wá láti gbé yín débi tẹ́ ẹ dé yìí. So we as a Yoruba people, we need to be singing and shouting these things because ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ àwọn ọmọ wa wọn ò mọ gbogbo nǹkan tá à ń sọ yìí. They don't know. They don't know it, and because they don't know it, I mean, and they are now on social media. They are just getting lies and misinformation and drinking it like Gary and spewing it back. And that's what made Pastor Bolaji some months ago to say the nonsense he said that Yoruba are coward. Àwọn kókó pẹ̀lẹ́, àwọn Igbo ní wọ́n wà fearless ẹ̀gá àwọn Yorùbá lọ. Níbo ló ti rí yẹn? It's an insult. Not because he's a bad person, again, he's an influential person, but he doesn't have the full knowledge of our history as an influencer. So session tá à ń ṣe yìí, ó ṣe pàtàkì gan-an. We must know our history, we must talk about our history, we must keep talking about the history and help all of us, the Yorubas and non-Yorubas, to appreciate where we are coming from so that we can genuinely appreciate one another and move forward. Finally, the book about late President Buhari, if those questions they were asking is true, then I need láti gbé the full Mr. President Tinubu nǹkan tó ń go through right now. Because if it is indeed true that they bugged Aso Rock and the man was writing instructions to his family with pen and paper, that is serious. And then that will tell you that there's some people ruling Nigeria behind the scene and frustrating the effort of the government. And this underpins what Alhaji Dangote is saying. You can draw a line from those people said to what Dangote has been saying this thing for 2 years, that the cabal in Nigeria is more powerful than the cabal in drugs, international drugs, the Nigerian petroleum cabal. And this is what we are seeing. There are some people that don't want Nigeria to really, really take off. I want to rest my case on that submission. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mark Trishan. And I'll look forward to getting that book. I think I saw the cover somewhere. I'll see if I can find it again. And it's been much of what you say. Let me put it this way: much of what you can say in public. How do I even say this thing? Most of what you read in books, you can't say in public. You can't say in public. And as soon as this thing started, right, with Ashwaju, I remember the interview with Baba Galadima where he talked about how they got Buhari to get interested in politics all over again, you know, and we'll see. I'll find that book. It was by Dr. Charles Omole. Is the one that put it together. Muhammadu Buhari, from soldier to statesman, and we listened to him earlier, by the way. Muhammadu Buhari, from soldier to statesman, the legacy of Muhammadu Buhari. So, when I get my hand on it, we will bring it here and we'll read it together, and also we'll find a way to make it available on Redomi Books on our Telegram channel. All right. Okay. So we'll talk about that when the time comes. Let's end the live soon. Please, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. I can hear you, sir.
All right, please go on.
Yes.
By the way, if you let me also.
Hello?
We can't hear you.
I hope you can hear me now. All right, so I was saying, let me quickly thank those who have. Please mute for a second. Let me quickly thank all those who have.
I hope you can hear me now. All right, so I was saying, let me quickly thank those who have. Please mute for a second. Let me quickly thank all those who have power tapped and liked the live. We're 143k likes now. So thank you very much for your support. That's helped to keep the live up. Thank you very much, and I'll even share. Thank you, and also thank everybody for the gifts. I saw a number of gifts while I was speaking. I don't usually stop to acknowledge them, but I really do appreciate every single gift. And thank you, Free Spirit, for the roses you're giving right now. I may not stop mid speech because I'm trying to be, I'm trying to concentrate, but I really thank you very much for your support and for every gift. If you'd like to support us financially, please use the bank details on the screen, the GT account, and it takes a lot to do this. We have the sessions every weekday, Monday to Friday, 4 p.m. if it's at West African time. It's past 9 now. We're going to be closing very soon, by the way. It's also end by 8, but the conversation was, quite intense. But we'll be here again tomorrow at 4. We're not going to be here till 8, by the way, but we're going to have another session that will take us back into Nigeria's history. So please join us 4 p.m. Ife time, West African time, for another session. And join early because it's a Tuesday. We don't come on camera, but we have a fantastic session as well. Again, remember to use the bank details on the screen to support what we're doing. If you need any of the books that we mentioned, if the book is in print, most likely it should be on Redomi Books, and you'll be able to take advantage of the service that we offer. Redomi Books is on Telegram. You can get there by typing t.me/Redomi Books. That is REDOMI Redomi Books on Telegram. You have to access some of these books anywhere you're in the world. The books will be delivered to you. Thank you very much. So let's have our final speaker before we close the session for today. I see you, Abdurrahman, but I can't bring you up because it takes a while for you to make your submission, and I don't want to stop you mid-speech. So we'll have you next time. All right, Dekwame, please go on.
All right, sir. First of all, I understand that a prophet is a father to nations, and especially in the Pentecostal cycle in the body of Christ in Nigeria, I understand that there seems to be this soft spot preachers display towards the folks from the southeast, in the name of religion and what have you. But we will still keep on. That's to tell you that there's no one who is an island of knowledge. These guys are fantastic. These fathers of faith are fantastic. I was about touching on, I already said when Pastor Bolaji, if I come on mic, I will also touch on that of the Pastor Bolaji though. Now, it is true that a prophet is a father to nations, right? And then, yes, I understand that when you see brethren of same faith, you tend to, extend the love of Christ towards them. But that is not to say as well to diminish your own nation. That is not to say to diminish your own ethnic nationality. The same way you are a father to them, the same way you are also father to folks from your own nation as well, from your own ethnicity. In fact, the Bible prophetically recognizes Jesus the Christ as the Lion of the tribe of Judah. You know, when they were saying, can anything good come out of Nazareth? Not Judea, not Jerusalem, not, he said Nazareth, to tell you that, you know, this thing about nation building, ethnicity is not something demonic, is not evil, but at the same time, in the name of being liberal or spreading your tentacles across nations of the earth, that doesn't mean you should diminish where you are coming from. And if you are Yoruba, I've always been saying it, our culture, there's a lot of things I'm currently on a research right now talking about the Yoruba entrepreneurial landscape, and the aim of that research is to move culture to the center of commerce. But that being said, you know, it's not something that is still something that is still work in progress. But I can tell you that we have been doing these things for long. We are advanced people, we are advanced cultures, and there is a lot of our culture is commercially viable. The nature of people we are, our ethnicity has a lot of commercial viability in it. When you look at the Ojude Oba, for instance, now, I think, was it this last one or the last one? Ojude Oba, over time, I've been following, is always part of the 10 ranking 10 most searched item whenever that program is taking place in for that week on Google. One of the most ranked, like one of the most searched, first 10 searched, searched item on Google, talking about Ojude Oba. Look at Adire, look at a lot of things. There are a lot of things that we do not even value, but if we tend to beautify them, commercialize them, there's a lot of things we can do. Even we don't even need these folks. And thank you, sir, brother Busi, for equipping us with knowledge, for harming us with knowledge. I will go again and digest that macrotrends.net. In fact, that's very good. Yes, it's something, you know, applaudable to applaud our own political ancestor, Chief Obafemi Awolowo. Yes, so we can do without them. Yes, me, I'm saying it, we can do without them. And if they want to go, they should go. In fact, they should go near, not of Kenny, they should go near. Yes, thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay.
I don't know, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, I thought I was hearing they should go. They should go.
Colonial, they should go.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much. Oh boy. You see, you know, there's a story. Was it Macmillan? We used in primary school. False alarm. You know, it's similar, not the same thing as exactly, but similar. The false alarm guy, it was the guy who came around and said something was happening. They got that squad and nothing was happening. So much later, when he said something was happening, they didn't take him seriously because they thought that it was just pranking them. And I think those who are wish out who are going to leave Nigeria, at this point, people are tired of hearing that thing. People are really tired. They're tired. They don't really care at this point. And I think people should actually get better. All right. But let's just read some things from. So thank you very much for that submission. Adekom was really good. And but let me read some of the responses here on YouTube. Someone says, why do you think Kanu ordered Lagos to be burnt down? How do you think it was just a careless utterance? Do you think it was because he wanted the Southwest crippled economically? You answer the question. Are you trying to say that the Igbos are cursed? I already answered that one. That one is a clown. Someone says, Prof, on the matter discussed on Wahhabism, is not a sect in Islam. Sheikh Abdul Wahhab is a great Islamic scholar of Saudi Arabia. The government loved him based on its reawakening Muslims on it. Wahhabism may not be, it's an ideology, I know that for sure, that has pervaded Islam. And I think also Nigeria in the 1970s thereabout. And maybe when we have that conversation, we'll be able to discuss it. But thank you very much. Mosun has, yes, the guy crying wolves when they were not, yes. So by the time the real wolves came, nobody really took him seriously. So nobody's taking anybody seriously from the Southeast anymore. They always shout, they want to go, they want to go. We know that nobody in the Southeast really wants to go because the Southeast needs Nigeria. Listen, we all need each other, but the Southeast literally needs, has always needed and still needs Nigeria to survive. Is it possible for them to not need Nigeria anymore? Of course. Maybe if they come up with their own plans and whatever, Yes, but as it is, as it has been, Nigeria is the one that doesn't need the Southeast to survive. As history has shown us, whether it was in between 67 and 70 or in 93. So if you want to go, good luck. Mimi Joseph says, I don't even understand the reason they brag about being importers of cheap goods. It is not a flex. The flex would be if they were manufacturing the cheap things they import. Absolutely. Absolutely. And one of the reasons the GDP tanked after it was returned was actually importation of substandard products. And has destroyed a lot of manufacturing in Nigeria. And I'm not saying they are the ones that destroyed it, but if you are importing, and the thing is this, it's not just that it is cheaper, it's also inferior. And that's why it's cheaper anyway. It's inferior. You come with substandard products and then fake goods. And then everybody's shouting, we've done something grand. I mean, let's not go into the drug thing anymore. But may God have mercy on all of us. But everybody is useful, but no one is indispensable, especially from the south. In terms of as a region. I'm not saying individuals, of course, everybody is helpful. God will use all of us for ourselves. We will help each other in Jesus' name, amen. But when we're talking about geopolitics in Nigeria, no, the country does not depend on the south. I mean, think about it. VAT this year, the entire southeast combined, multiplied by 2, the revenue was not up to Oyo State. Think about that for a second. The entire revenue of the southeast, VAT, is not even up to northeast, where you have Sambisa Forest, where you have Boko Haram. So let's all be humble. God doesn't even like the proud. He resists the proud. He gives grace to the humble. So let's be humble. All right. Okay, that's about it on YouTube. Let me just check Facebook and see if we have anything from there before we call it a day. I hope you've had a great time, to this session. And like I always say, and thank you for repeating that as well, Matthew Sean, and also Adekomi. Pastor Matthew is a father, and he's someone that I respect. Not just respect, I adore, to be honest. The things he has done. Book is on the shelf. Man and great man, wonderful businessman. But as far as this Nigeria is concerned, we have to be very, very careful not to just take everything hook, line, and sinker. But it doesn't change the fact that we respect and still honor him. Peter Shumbande, thank you, sir. But says Malami should be charged with treason. All Igbo ex-governors are criminals except our Minister of Works. That was Baba Peter Oshunbade. So it's funny how they boast about living in Yoruba land, but we Yorubas only boast about our land. That's actually true. There's another video, maybe I'll play that some other time, where somebody said that they built Yoruba land. They always say it anyway. Every sane person talks about how they built their own land, not that they went to build other people's spaces while their own house is left in ruins. Doesn't even make sense. All right. Back says Awolowo was ahead of his time. Absolutely. Shani Shubawale says, well done, Professor. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, sir. All right. It's been an interesting ride today, and we're starting the week on a very good note. We're going to continue tomorrow, and we're cutting back into Nigerian history. So we're going to be listening to some that has to do with Nigerian history tomorrow. And again, let me say this. I don't think history should be weaponized. I'm not trying to denigrate any ethnicity or look down on anybody. I think everybody has a place in life. However, once pride carry shoulder pad, give you, come my side, you go collect. Not to demean you, but to put you in your place. Like, this is who you are, just stay there. Doesn't mean that I hate you, but don't come. I'm not the one that's going to be using to do pride exercises. That's just what it is. Everybody is growing, and we're all going to get where we're going, but there should be no time that anybody should be blackmailed in Nigeria because a group lost a war. When the war was lost, what did our fathers do? They supported the people, they helped them, which is what every sane human should do. My parents cannot support your parents. Me even supporting you, only for you to turn around to insult me and curse me out for what your parents failed to do for you. To accept that is not just self-deprecation. It's a sign of being a bastard. We are not bastards here. We remind you where you are from, where you belong, and we'll help you create that space where you can stay there. But if we have to show empathy, we will show empathy. If we have to show compassion, we'll show compassion. But we're not going to be blackmailed. And that's just what it is. And as Nigeria is, Nigeria work, but nobody, even my own ethnicity that does most of the VAT and IGR, even Yoruba, we don't even talk like that. Even if we have the capacity, we don't go everywhere saying that we will leave. If we leave, something will happen to you. Even we don't talk like that. And we can, by the way. But we don't, because it doesn't make sense. Right? But if you do, may God be with you as you go back home. If you want to go, if you want to stay in Nigeria, stay. Let's build together. And you cannot build based on victimhood. Learn the history. Everybody has a role they played. You are not, the saint you want everybody to believe you are. You also have a responsibility. And the best way to get back into building the country is to first take responsibility for the mistakes of the past so that we don't repeat it or blackmail others with some sub-stories. Again, if you're Yoruba here, be armed with the truth, but also don't hurt the matter. Everything like that matters. You should acknowledge it, but don't be blackmailed by it. There's a thin line, but you get it with knowledge, and as we grow together, we'll understand better how to treat each other. Thank you very much for being part of today's session. It's been a nice session, hanging with everybody. And I thank you again for liking the live. We're on 153k likes again. Now I'm going to clap, and I'm going to cheer. All right. Thank you very much. Thank you. And thanks also for supporting. And I noticed some people, I don't call names and everything, but some of you are silent helpers. Thank you. Thank you for your support. And I really do appreciate it. May God bless you and keep you and increase you on all sides. Some of you I'm able to reach out to you, to thank you. Some I can't even. I just noticed that you helped. Thank you for the gifts. God bless you. And if you haven't supported us before, you have supported us before, and want to keep supporting, please use the bank details on the screen. Thank you very much. Before we go, we're going to listen to our anthems, the Nigerian anthem and the Yoruba anthem, and then we'll call it a day. Here's the Nigerian anthem. If you don't know the lyrics, please learn. Be a good citizen. Here's the Nigerian national anthem. Take a listen. àwa ni ìmọ́lẹ̀ ògo adúláwọ̀ ìmọ́lẹ̀ wọ̀ ní wọ́ọ̀kùn lágbára ọlọ́run ilẹ̀ yorùbá ò ní bàjẹ́ nàìjíríà náà ò ní bàjẹ́ nǹkan tó bá dáwọ́lé àmọ́ yọrí sí rere ni ó gba àwọn ẹ̀yà tó wà nàìjíríà kọ́kọ́ ni wọn ò ní bàjẹ́ o ọlọ́run á ṣọ́ wọn o ọlọ́run á kọ́ wọn mọ̀ ọ́ ṣe o ọlọ́run á káwa náà mọ̀ ọ́ ṣe nǹkan kan ní dè wá lọ́nà nǹkan kan ní dí ọ̀nà wa bẹ́ẹ̀ ni ìmọ́lẹ̀ wa máa tàn káàkiri gbogbo àgbáyé ilẹ̀ yorùbá tí tá a wà yìí a máa gbèrú sí lágbára ọlọ́run ọlọ́run ràn wá lọ́wọ́. Thank you very much for being part of today's session. May you succeed. May everything you lay your hands upon prosper. And may you end the year well, in health, in wealth, in prosperity, and may your dreams come true. There are still some days to the end of this year. And if you lo intoku no doing yo, this is the 15th of the year. We still have 15th of the month of December. We still have about 16 days to the end of the year. A nílò lọ́gbẹ́ wọn, a nílò ní ilé ìwòsàn, ọlọ́run fún wa ní agbára, okun àti agbára. It is well with you, to your family members, and Igbola Bruce say ẹnìkankan nu wa o, and Igboro ìyìn òjijì àti ẹ̀yìn òjì o, àbílátìlẹ̀. Thank you very much for your support. I'll see you again tomorrow at 4 p.m. If at time West African time. I'm going to have a great session tomorrow. Do you ever have police issues? I don't know. May God bless you. Thank you so much. Do have a lovely evening. God bless you. Odaro. I don't have any police issues, by the way.